Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, 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 welcome. What is up, nerds? Hope everybody's having a good day. I think it's Wednesday, but I mean, I really can't be sure. I don't know what days are anymore. Surprise! It is me, and I am here, and you are here, and everyone is here, and thank you for the stretch, and I didn't turn my lights on. Oh, good lord. Lighting is one of the banes of my existence, I swear. There we go. We can see. Welcome. I hope everybody's having a good day. I guess I should get this tag out of my way. Get this number out of my face. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Nerds. There's like a 15-second difference between Twitch and YouTube. That's less than it used to be. I'm pretty sure YouTube is on a 20-second delay. It's pretty rough. But, you know, whatever. Welcome back to talking about politics. As you can see in the background, my plant is doing great and is slowly climbing. My plan is working. Alright, so I have a handful of things, and let's just get right into this, because I don't have a whole ton of announcements or anything, but I don't have a whole ton of stuff to share. But I do have all of these. Look at them all. Hopefully, my system doesn't crash this time. I did have some videos that were supposed to go live on Debate Hub today and tomorrow, and I started uploading them, and then I crashed my computer, because I was I was fucking around and I was finding out. I might have messed up the upload, so if you're on the Patreon, they might not work, and I have to re-upload them, so those are just gonna probably get delayed. Early access is still going to be available tonight for Patreons, but I think one video might just get missed this week, and I apologize for that. Technical issues. There's also this CBC article that has like a couple of things in it that include some responses from some of the American governors. So I figured we'd take a look at that as well, and I did not delineate between American governors and who are Democrats and ones who are conservatives, but we are tending to look at I have not turned off the translation stuff yet. No, I haven't gotten to it. But I want to look at this canonically as well. So in that particular order. So this one was from 3 days ago on the 22nd. However, Polyev did one on August 21st, the day before. This is from the day before the announcement. So I figure we can take a look what he said the day before the announcement and then what he said the day after the announcement. So I think that might be interesting. And then we have I do have Doug Ford, who is a conservative in Canada. He's the premier of Ontario. He was on Fox News. We also have the from 19 hours ago, the Canadian Trade Minister made a statement, and I feel like that's Matt LeBlanc, who you've heard of. He's been brought up multiple times. He's been integral, whatever. He's been really important for dealing with the Trump administration. I also have a video from Todd Maffin that I wanted to look at that was him talking about what's getting tariffed, because there's like 200-300 items on the counter tariff lists, but we'll talk about that later. Which PDF sheet? Integral. And then I have Premier David Eby, who is the Premier of British Columbia, and I believe he is conservative as well, if I'm not mistaken. So I've tried to limit this to, like, what the conservatives have been saying. So bear with me. Tomorrow we're going to look at some of the reactions from a plethora of different people, just to see sort of what the vibe check is from other people, to see what's kind of gone on. Yeah, let me know if the line says anything. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Check Discord. If I must. If I must. Oh, summary of the key U.S. demands. Yeah, we can look at that if we have time. But let's start with Pierre Poilievre. Yay. Yahoo. Alright. I put beer in the fridge already because I know I'm gonna need it.
Today for an incredibly important.
You think we should go over that first? I don't think we should go after that first. I think we need to look at this video first. And the reason why I think we should look at this video first is specifically because this video was from before the announcement that it was canceled. Right? So we can look at that, at least this video first, then we can look at the list of demands. Last video from the line is no religion allowed in the Canadian military. Oh. Yes, Jesus Christ, you guys have no chill. Like, yeah, look at my volume. It's super duper low. He's not even there yet. Calm down.
The drug crisis across Canada. Today is about unity.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. I broke it. I always do this.
Position.
Blah blah blah. Pierre Poilievre.
She's done it through for me here. Thank you very much to the incredible Kelly DeRitter, not just for including me here today in this beautiful park. What a pristine place.
Listen, Feline, just make your own YouTube channel. I'm kidding. Don't, by the way, don't mind me. I've been crabby as fuck, so if I sound a little snippy recently, it's just because I am in a shit mood. I have been in a shit mood for like 2 weeks. I have no idea what my problem is, but I am in a trash mood. I don't mean to be snippy, but if it sounds like I'm being real irritated, I'm not actually real irritated, I'm just generally annoyed. All right, go.
But also for the incredible story that she brought to the floor of the House of Commons. This is a woman who has been to the bottom of the valley, but has climbed to the mountaintop. And she has done it through courage and perseverance. And the fact that she has survived through this journey has given her superpowers that most of us could not even dream of having. We are here today in the very same place where Kelly used to sleep. Where was the bench?
On the way other side.
On the other side. So she went from
29 toes? That's awesome.
From a park bench, sleeping on a park bench, to sitting in a seat in Canada's House of Commons. What an incredible story of hope.
I mean, great. Can you name one policy that you have enacted and enabled, Pierre Poilievre, that would help somebody make that socioeconomic climb? Because right now, Canada has a really big problem with socioeconomic stagnation, where it is incredibly difficult to raise your socioeconomic status, but very easy to drop your socioeconomic status. And the reason I know about this is because this is something he brought up during the campaign trail, where he cited a study that was like projecting way into the future if we don't do anything. He presented it as if that was what was happening now, because he's a lying liar who lies, but I digress. Can you name one thing that you've done to enable socioeconomic status changes towards like upward mobility? Instead of falling into the pit of doom.
And now she wants to see a million more stories like that. That's what we need. We need to replicate this story right across the country. So my message to anyone out there who might be addicted and suffering, have hope, hang on, hope and help are on the way. We're going to get you there. And I
will remind you that he is signed against all of the affording housing. He was the housing minister, or part of the housing minister team as well during Harper's thing, where they made housing more difficult to afford. And then also that he wants to get rid of safe injection sites because he's an asshole.
I think we've got Todd Doherty our shadow minister responsible for this file, who's traveled all the way out here, a great champion who's fought particularly to save the lives of suffering first responders who are scarred by much of the courageous work they have to do. We have Connie Cody from Cambridge, one of our great members of Parliament, and we're here today to fight to restore the promise of Canada, that hard work gets you a great life on a safe street, in a house you can afford, with a mortgage you can pay down, meat and
drink, just drink for all of his slogans.
potatoes on the dinner table every single night, and a beautiful...
My guy, it's the same slogan that it's been for like 2 to 3... How long has he been doing this? When did his I know his sloganeering has been for a long time, but like when was like this chain of the script of slogans he started using it commonly? It was because it was before the last election, which was over a year ago. It was still during Trudeau's... I'm pretty sure it was when Trudeau called the last election he won. Which I'm pretty sure, because Trudeau never lost an election. But, so that would have been 2, 3, 4, 4 years? 4 years? Has it been 4 years? Is it 2019? It might be. Hope is on the way, yeah. Great.
Canadian flag hanging off your front porch, representing that we as a nation always put Canada first. Je suis content d'être ici avec Kelly DeRitter.
Take a shot every time he says a slogan, Jude. Are we trying to die?
Une femme d'affaires, elle dizaines d'études par rapport deux acteurs dans la lutte étaient faits à France et doubler la dette nationale 2 fois plus grave et l'inflation. J'ai essayé de l'autre.
I feel like there needs to be subtitles that just says lying in French.
Today, it's incredible country. We're here met in this beautiful park to reflect on the promise of this incredible country of ours. A country where people were raised to believe if they worked hard, they would have a house they could afford, a mortgage they could pay off, meat and potatoes on the dinner table, as I said, or whatever your favorite dietary preference. You could have good food, a good home, in a good neighborhood.
He's just saying the same thing. He literally just said that. He's just saying the same thing. He's just saying the same. He just repeated himself. And it's just the slogans that he's been repeating. The man has yet to say anything, to be clear. It's been 6 minutes, and he hasn't said anything.
Safe. But increasingly that promise is broken. As Liberals have doubled the national debt, Mr. Carney has since doubled the deficit inherited by Justin Trudeau. We have the worst food price inflation in the G7, the worst household debt in the G7.
Those are both misrepresentations of those numbers. Ours is going down as opposed to others in the G7 that is going up, although ours is still currently at a higher point. So that's just blatant misrepresentation.
The worst housing costs in the G7 and the second highest unemployment in the G7.
Is that behind the United States? I don't know how accurate what he just said is, but if we take it at face value, who's the first? Is it the United States? Because I think that's contextually important. If he's trying to be Donald Trump Jr. over here, I feel like that's probably pertinent to his argumentation for authoritarian populist nonsense. If the authoritarian populist nonsense motherfucker downstairs is anything to go by.
We now see that the bankruptcy, the Office of Superintendent of Bankruptcies filing shows that levels of insolvencies are at their highest level since the Great Global Recession 17 years ago. Canadians are... Okay,
so when he's talking about the Great Global Recession, which is something I had never heard of until I heard him say it, I think he just made that up. But if that's what he wants to title it 17 years ago, that would be 2019, right? No, 17 years ago. Sorry, that would have been the financial crash during his fucking... That was when he was the housing minister. Wait a minute. Hold up. That was 2016. That was what? No, sorry, 2016. It's 2015. 2015. That's the 2015 the financial crisis. The financial crisis that Harper was the prime minister for? The financial crisis that Harper was the prime minister for, of which he tapped Mark Carney? He called up Mark Carney to help him navigate and deal with? That time? Hold on, what year is it? I'm stupid and can't do head math. Alright, 2026 minus 17. That's 2009. There we go, 2009. Yeah, that's the 2000. Yeah, that's the financial crisis. Okay.
They're once again facing higher costs and greater uncertainty as the cost of Carney piles on their grocery bills, their mortgage bills, and all other bills. Now,
a Feline has a citation for us that says the percentage of GDP debt for Canada in 2024 was 110%. For 2025, it was 114%. So how is that doubling? It's not.
Now, Conservatives are also following carefully and fighting hard with regards to the forthcoming hopeful deal with the United States. Mr. Carney promised in the last election that he would be elbows up. He promised that he would negotiate a win, in his words. He promised, and I quote, that he could handle Trump. He promised he would not accept a bad deal.
Okay, so this is him the day before Mark Carney stopped negotiations with the Trump administration, and we saw yesterday what Mark Carney said. Do you think what Pierre Poilievre here is saying, do you think he has grounds for it? Barring that he at this point did not necessarily know what was going on at the negotiating table. And here's the other thing. Do you guys think that negotiating and chatting with the United States in trade and, you know, military and defense and all that stuff, because a lot of that is rolled into a lot of these negotiations, do you think you would need a security clearance for that? Do you think maybe that Pierre Poilievre may have been considerably outside of the loop as to he doesn't even have coffee grounds? Oh, hear that Carney has / is going to cancel the F-25 deal. Yeah, that's a thing. That's been ongoing. Do you guys can I get a 1 in the chat for yes and a 2 in chat for no? 1 in the chat if you think that you might need a security clearance to be privy to the negotiations between Canada and the United States. 2 in the chat if no. 1 in the chat if yes, 2 in the chat if no. Please let me know, because I'm curious about what your thoughts on it. I don't know the definitive answer. I think you might need that security clearance. Because it's foreign policy, right? It's foreign policy, it involves the military. I would suspect. Yeah, it would be need to know basis, right? Yeah. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so I like my thought process here. My logic is following at the very least. So here's the thing: if that's the case, what the fuck do you think this guy has to say about it? Is it nothing because he has no fucking clue what the hell would be going on anyway? Like, how much background information do you think this fucker's actually getting as to, like, the negotiations? Because I feel like it's probably not a lot. He doesn't exactly instill confidence. You know, are you guys just counting? You guys just start counting? Even numbers only.
Mr. Carney, keep your promise. Fight for Canada. Don't take a bad deal.
Oh, sorry, Gio, I should have specified. Do you think that the Canadian politicians would need security clearance to have access to the information from their own negotiating team? To clarify. Landon says, PP allegedly, was chatting with Russia agents about Canada's involvement in Ukraine. If Pierre Poilievre or if PP did nothing wrong, a security check would be embarrassing for PP. Yeah, no, there's a few reasons. There's a few rumors and reasons as to why people speculate or why people think he's not getting his, allegedly. Why people, he's, yeah. Then one, yeah. I mean, I would suspect the same thing for Germany as well, right? I would suspect most countries have at least that level of security and, like, just common sense. You know what I mean?
Expect a good deal, like you promised. And in fact, Mr. Carney said
Oh,
that
short answer is no. I don't think he has basis for saying this.
he would get an even better deal than we had before. Well, before we had no tariffs.
I mean, that's not true. We had tariffs last time Trump was in office. We've also always had tariffs. Tariffs were part of CUSMA. So that's just kind of a dumb thing to say in the first place. I know what he means. That's just a stupid way of saying it. On the other hand, I would like to point out is that Justin Trudeau was the one who negotiated with Donald Trump in 2016. Because again, I would like to remind you, this is Trump's second term, because we seem to forget that. And we also seem to forget that one of the first things that Trump did, his first term, was tariff Canada. Like, he did that last time. So were we that surprised that he did it this time? No, I don't think we're that surprised. However, if you want to say that, do you think Mark Carney will be a better negotiator than Justin Trudeau in navigating Donald Trump? I would say yes. I would say I suspect that Mark Carney is more handed at that job and has more experience at that job and has so much economic background that he would do a better job than Justin Trudeau would or did. That does not mean I think Justin Trudeau did a bad job negotiating with Trump, by the way. There were a couple things in there that I didn't like, particularly around copyright laws. But there were other things in there that were great, like there was like a non-compete clause that I talked about yesterday, right? That Trudeau negotiated out, which is one of the reasons why Trudeau was able to build the LNG pipeline that the Conservatives keep yelling and screaming about. They want a pipeline, forgetting that Justin Trudeau built one. And I was even like hemming and hawing about how I felt about that fucking pipeline. I'm like, I don't know if I like this. And there are things about it that are good and things about it that are bad. And it's like, you know, what are you gonna do, right? So it's one of those things that, do you think, yes, look at me, 6'7", yeah, I know, I'm too old for that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for aging, allegedly. Either way, it's silly to me to think that, like, this is a point in his favor. Like, he thinks this is a burn, and it's like, what are you talking about?
So we expect that he would at least match that. We are concerned about rumors that Mr. Carney might be willing to cave and accept one-sided tariffs.
Okay, so far his notes have been he thinks that Carney is going to cave and accept one-sided tariffs, and he thinks that, what was the other thing he said? That no tariffs he should match a no tariff deal, even though CUSMA is not a no tariff deal.
We are concerned about rumors that Mr. Carney might be willing to cave and accept one-sided tariffs. That would ultimately put our businesses at a competitive disadvantage. If our aluminum, steel, lumber, and automobile companies are paying tariffs and competing with Americans, businesses that are tariff-free, then we might see a large sucking sound of Canadian jobs moving south of the border. We cannot...
I'm hearing a lot of large sucking sounds right now, but, you know. Yeah. Hello, hi, welcome.
Accept the deindustrialization of our economy. That would put...
Yeah, there was never going to be a zero tariff deal. There never was a zero tariff deal. Tariffs are a tool. Having no tariffs is not a feasible, realistic position to have or to be in. So what he's saying is basically nonsense based off of rumors that came out of his own ass. Like, he started the rumor. You know what I mean?
put us at an incredible position of weakness while threatening the jobs of Canadians. We don't have to accept that. We need to fight for the good deal Mr. Carney promised. Conservatives put forward a real plan to leverage our natural resources through a strategic oil and minerals reserve that would be accessible to all of our tariff-free allies, to use our massive military purchase.
We don't have tariff-free allies. That's not real. He's just making that up. We have free trade agreements, and those agreements involve tariffs. But he doesn't know what any of those are because he's stupid. One, he can't read, and do you really think this man sat through and has read through the agreements with fucking India? Do you think he's read through those? No, I don't think he has. Indonesia, the huge deal we have with Indonesia? What about the one with Germany? You think there's no tariffs in our... Okay, whatever.
As leverage.
Yeah, he says he read Kuzma? Yeah, I don't think so. And I think he's just not privy to this information because he doesn't have a security clearance. So everything he says is nonsense anyway. He can only base this off of stuff that the public knows. He can't base this off of any special knowledge, like he likes to pretend he can.
To access tariff-free trade with our allies, to put all of our leverage on the table and fight for Canada. That is what we expect the Prime Minister to do, and that is what we are fighting for. We are hoping that he will get...
My guy, you don't just throw all your cards on the table at once. Oh my god, master negotiator. Good lord, could you imagine what a shit show it would be if we had elected this man? Oh my god. I don't even know what I'd be doing right now. I would have hung myself.
Get the good deal that he promised. We also want the communities in which we live to be affordable once again. So we are fighting for an end to all gas taxes until Canada Day, which would save you
why would ending gas taxes help with the house part? Affordable housing. I'm just curious, outside of yeah, you might save a little bit of money, but how much money are people spending on gas until Canada Day, which would be, I guess, for nearly a year, right? So if you were to, let's call it 1 year, let's say you did 1 year of no taxes on gas. There's already no taxes on gas for the consumers. They took out that consumer carbon tax. That was the first thing Carney signed in when he fucking went into office. So the only tax that they're talking about right now is the industrial tax, which has gotten breaks because of the Iran situation. But, my guy, how much is that going to save consumers when it comes to housing affordability? Bro, you just fucking made that up. These things are, yes, an economy is interconnected, but, you need to at least draw me a through line here. Throw me a fucking bone. Oh my god, yeah, this is the 1% on 20% again. What the fuck? If gas gets more affordable for the industries that use gas for things and stuff, like transporting goods... are you talking about doing that will bring grocery prices down? Because I doubt it. X to doubt. Red Cedar said, firing off all your weapons at once is not a good strategy. Just look at the current Persian Gulf situation. Now, they are now running short on interceptors. Yeah, this is not a fucking, we're not playing Pokemon, my guy. You don't need a hyper beam the beginning of every fight.
$1,000. It would make it more affordable for small businesses to ship their goods and allow our big businesses.
I'm sorry, say that again. You just dropped an actual number.
Want the communities in which we live to be affordable once again. So we are fighting for an end to all gas taxes until Canada Day, which would save you $1,000. It would make it more affordable.
Okay, so let's pretend it saved every every individual Canadian $1,000. All right, I'm gonna X to doubt that. I want to see his math on that. Let me just drop a quick citation needed. Thank you very much. But let's say it's $1,000. All right, let's say it's 1,000 Canadian dollars. How many $1,000 is that? $1,000 a year? Is that $1,000 a month? Is that $1,000 a paycheck? Because that would then be twice a month. I doubt it's $1,000 a paycheck. That's kind of cracked. That's probably not true, even a little bit. So let's say it's, is it $1,000 for that like 1 year to Canada Day? That's Canadian dollars. She's speaking Canadian dollars. How many of these $1,000 do you need to make your house affordable for a down payment on a house? Assuming you start, we'll even give you a benefit. Let's say you start with $3,000 in the bank. 4,000 liters of gas. 4,000 liters of gas. Well, this is not ending for, this wouldn't be ending the tax for individuals, right? This is only ending the tax for companies. And so he's basically suggesting if we give, he's doing trickle-down economics, guys. He's saying if we give the billionaires and the companies a tax break, then that money will be, that's the money that they've saved will go into the cost of the consumer good being less. And as we know, historically, for upwards of the last since Reagan, that doesn't fucking work. That's not what happens. God, why are we here? What is your problem? How many megapints of gas is that? Isn't it enough to fill my Doom cube? Fuck me, man.
Well, for small businesses to ship their goods and allow our big businesses to compete with their American counterparts. We are put
on the imaginary hypothetical competition that he just invented right now, by the way, not one that currently exists.
Pushing for an end to the industrial carbon tax, the anti-development laws. Let's cut back on bureaucracy.
Doesn't exist. These are fake. Those are fake words.
Consultants, foreign aid, handouts to...
Why do we want to cut foreign aid, dude? Whoa. Hold up. Clowns and dodgeballs everywhere. What the fuck do you mean cut foreign aid? Why would we do that? How does cutting foreign aid benefit anybody? It doesn't. It doesn't? It doesn't benefit anybody. I don't know if you noticed, but USAID got cut by Doge, and like that killed a lot of fucking people. You guys need me to pull that up again? You want me to pull up the fucking USAID dead people? Where's that fucking counter? Oh, death counter is what I'm looking for. Death tracker. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Tracking anticipated deaths from USAID. Boom. 88 deaths per day. Sorry, 88 deaths per hour. 124,377 adults and 258,673 children. And this was just like the fucking... I don't know if this one's even been updated in a little while, but the answer is it's a fuckload. This is specifically a tracking tool to estimate estimated increases in mortality and disease spread for HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and other diseases. This isn't even everything. Yeah, this hasn't been updated since June 2025. So, why would we do this? Why would we just decide that we wanted to just kill, like, 300,000 people? Like, why would we do that? Just to be clear, there's another tracker, right? There's also this one, which is this dashboard captures the projected 1 year human impact of funding changes to aid in the organizations, right? This is like a bigger one, right? After months of tracking the ripple effect of funding cuts, beginning with the sudden and unplanned cuts to PEPFAR, and expanding to capture the broader human cost of foreign aid reductions, we are retiring the impact counter. So this has been retired at this point. But like, look at this. 1 year projected was 262,915 adults and 518,428 children. My fucking god. Why would we want to cut foreign aid, and I don't know how that would help us? It doesn't seem to have helped the United States in any way, shape, or form. Has the United States, and the United States probably, if I'm not mistaken, spent more total amount of money than we do on foreign aid in general. So, how has that helped them? It hasn't? It doesn't seem to have. But, you know, what the fuck do I know? Anyway, stupid. Maple Boy asked, do you think that Pierre gave up since his caucus will kick him? I have a dream, and in that dream, Pierre Poilievre doesn't totally go away. What I hope happens is I hope that this idiot has so much like the hubris of man just eeped into his bones that he refuses to give up any power, and the conservative coalition that was formed around Harper gets split back into two, and he goes and takes the crazy extremists back to where he belongs in his crazy extremist KKK hat wearing corner, and the fucking rest of the regular normal conservative people can like stop being attached and co-opted by these fucking people. I believe in them. This, just to be clear, stopping foreign aid, we're Canada, guys. We are like the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man of countries. We're just hi guys, we're here to help out. Yeah, no, we'll set you up. We'll hook you up with this thing. Yeah, no, come to us. We're a stable partner. We'll definitely help you out here. We're good to help out the common man. The common man. And this fucking guy is just gonna shit all over it. What an asshole. The known Dark Senate. Ooh. Oh, that's a spicy name. Do I play Dungeons and Dragons? I do. Yes. I have a home game that I play. I also play TTRPGs online sometimes. If you want to watch that gets streamed on a channel called Top Hats Off. We're playing Star Trek right now. And sometimes I DM. Actually, I DM quite often. Not usually online. I'm in 2 games at home right now. All right, let's keep going.
Fake and phony asylum claimants. Let's stop giving our
oh no, the fake immigrants.
money away to other countries when we have desperate needs here at home, and let's use the savings to bring down debt, inflation, and taxes. But we all
on the alleged hypothetical problem he just invented.
Need safety for that to happen, and that brings me back to the core message here today. Our friend Kelly has been fighting to restore safety in our streets and hope
a Star Wars evil political themed D&D campaign. Would that interest me? I would, yes, that would interest me. Let me know what your time frame is. Oh, yes. Let me know what the time frame you're thinking of is. Hit me up on like Discord or Blue Sky or something. Hit me up and let me know what you're thinking of, and we'll touch base.
To the hopeless. We know that increasingly in this community, drugs are a growing problem. Just recently, there was a community drug alert issued for Waterloo region after 37 suspected overdoses and 1 death were recorded between July 30th and August 3rd. These are not just statistics.
Okay.
Behind every overdose is a child, a parent, a friend, a neighbor. While families suffer, liberals soft on crime, easy policies on drugs have...
Not true. These are not true statements. None of these things he's saying about liberals being soft on crime, the drug policies, these are not real things. He made these up. We've talked about these numbers before, so I'm not going to go into them again here, but basically the number has barely wiggled. It barely wiggled.
Unleash crime and chaos on our communities. Bill C-5, which repealed mandatory jail times for drug-related minimums, for drug-related offenses. Bill C-75, catch and release bail. They
Oh my god, we've talked about the catch and release bail stuff. It's nonsense. It's basically just punishes poor people for not having enough money to fuck off. We can probably read Bill 75 if we want to. I feel like I just need to get into this habit of fucking every time we listen to Pierre Poilievre writing down the fucking bill that he brings up so we can read the bill and show the clip and be like, this is not what this fucking says.
They all remain on the books after a year and a half of Mark Carney. The Liberal Bill
Okay.
C-16, Mr. Carney's own bill, brings in a get-out-of-jail-free card, allowing judges to ignore mandatory jail time and turn criminals loose on our streets. But we...
Isn't Bill C-16 the one fucking Jordan Peterson fucking was bitching about, that it was limiting free speech? That one that he was running around lying to everybody about, and that's basically how he built his career grifting, was lying to Americans about Bill C-16? You... What? What the fuck? Bro! My guy. My guy, now you're saying that because there's ways to like... There's like get out of jail free cards of this, it means like it's not nearly as aggressive as Jordan Peterson was telling everybody it was, even though it wasn't fucking aggressive at all, and it was laws about hate speech? This is nonsense.
We are fighting back. Conservatives want tough new laws to lock up serious drug offenders. Anyone caught with over 40 milligrams of...
You literally were just talking about how a homeless lady went from being on a bench to being on a bench. Like a bench in a park to our parliamentary bench, or a bench on a council, or whatever the fuck you said. So like how would this lady that you were just praising not get caught up in the horse shit you're trying to fucking pull?
The fentanyl should get a life sentence. That's enough fentanyl to kill 20 people. These are mass murderers, and they should be treated as such. We also believe...
That is not how you solve drug problems. We know this kind of shit is not how that works. We've tried it before. We know it doesn't work. He's just full of trash. He's just an idiot. He's just an asshole.
That the police need resources to deal with possession of illegal substances. And that is why Kelly has put forward Bill C-240, which will allow courts to order rehabilitation measures, including education, job training, and addiction treatment during custody, and would include rehabilitation in the process. So, simply put...
Putting rehabilitation for drugs as part of the process of being convicted of a drug offense is a good idea. I think that's fine. I haven't read her policy, so I don't know if it's actually any good, but the concept is fine. Megan Fox's giant boobs has been googling at the intern level for 15 months. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
But if someone has lost the faculties to make their own decisions and they are in possession of illegal substances, they should be arrested and put in treatment and recovery services.
So I'm wondering how much this has to do with that Canada decriminalized some drugs and has decriminalized some drugs. So just having drugs is no longer going to like send you to jail. It's more of like, yeah, you have to have possession, but or if you have possession, you have to reach certain amounts before it counts, like before it becomes a criminal. So like, and there's been a push, like it's not super fucking... It's not a super heavy push, but there is, like, a vibe of slowly decriminalizing basically all the drugs, because just having a handful of drugs is, like, if you're, like, distributing and selling, that's a different issue, but, like, if you just have, like, a dime bag on you, right, you know what I mean? Feline in the chat has a citation that says, this enactment amends the criminal code to provide that a court may, by order, in addition to any term of imprisonment, imposed on an offender for the commission of an offense, prescribed measures that the offender is to take during the custodial period of their sentence, which may include participation in educational training and treatment programs. Oh, so the law already says what he's saying it doesn't say and that they want to do? Wow, I'm shocked. Shocked! Truly. Asshole.
So that their lives can be saved. It is not compassionate to leave them face first on the pavement where they will die of a drug overdose. That is not...
So you think that the safe injection sites are a good thing? Because what are they, Steve? What the fuck?
Passion. And our jails should be drug-free. There should be drug testing in prisons, mandatory drug treatment in prisons, and there
drug treatment. First off, mandatory might be an issue. Depends on how you look at human rights. So that could be problematic potentially. But how do you think you treat addiction, Polyev? Do you think you treat addiction by just cold turkeying people? Because that gets people killed. Yeah, that's not how you treat drug addiction.
There should be isolation for anyone caught in bringing drugs into our prisons. Our prisons, by the way, are turning into Lord of the Flies. I'm
going to get my beer. Oh my god. Our prisons are Lord of the Flies. Fucking idiot. Oh my god. I got my Canadian beer in my flannel fucking sleeve. Oh my god. Citation needed. Hey, put cameras in there if that's what's actually happening, because you put that and put it on pay-per-view. You want to make some fucking money.
Prison union in Drumheller has told me, the union of prison guards have told me that there are drones that are literally flying right up to the windows of prisoners and handing them drugs. You're telling me...
And did you had some people tell you that and you just believed them? Alright guys, do you believe that? Do you believe somebody told him that, or do you think he made that up? He did say, he did name somebody specific. Hold on, who did he name? Hold on.
Prisons. Our prisons, by the way, are turning into Lord of the Flies. The prison union in Drumheller has told me, the union of...
The prison union at Drumheller. Okay. Alright. Prison union Drumheller. Oh, no, hold on. Drumheller Institution and supervised consumption site. Okay? So here's the Government of Canada website. There's the institution, right? It's in Alberta. All right. Drumheller Institution is a medium security facility with a minimum security annex situated south of blah 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 in Calgary. We acknowledge the institutions as follow traditional territories. Drumheller Institute was first opened in 1967. Minimum security in 1997. Blah, 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 put it adjacent. Blah blah blah. Institution is a clustered site. For men offenders, the older units are centered around a courtyard. Blah, 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 blah. Medium security rate capacity is 582, and the minimum is 122. Okay, cool. So we know what the place is. So what the fuck are they talking about? Supervised consumption site and federal prison will be the first in Canada, says Union. Harm reduction facility in Drumheller. Alta Penitentiary could open as soon as the end of this month, and this is 2019. There are a few supervised consumption sites across Canada and most hospitals or community health centers, but this month, one of the harm reduction facilities could open in an entirely new location, a federal prison. Jeff Wilkins, president of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, says the union has been told by Correctional Service Canada that the facility in the Drumheller Penitentiary in southern Alberta will open by the end of this month. That timeline has been confirmed by Correctional Services Canada. Quote, "This is kind of a lesser of two evils approach for us," said Wilkins, who added that the prison currently has a needle exchange program, meaning if inmates are using it's in the privacy of their cells. Wilkins said that the union has been in talks to end the needle exchange, which it feels puts officers in danger. The current system sees clean needles handed out to inmates to prevent sharing. The new facility would be a sterile place for people to consume illegal substances under the supervision of health professionals. The prison has a safe injection site. How is this? Oh, we have for safe injection sites at playgrounds where kids are. You fucking piece of shit. Unbelievable, this guy. Unreal. Why are you allowed?
Prison guards have told me.
Must have missed the part with the drones and drugs in Lord of the Flies. Oh my god. Yeah, so there's nothing about this. So I'm gonna go ahead and say he needs a citation on this because I'm gonna call bullshit. I'm calling he's just fucking bullshit.
That there are drones that are literally flying right up to the windows of prisoners and handing them drugs. You're telling me we can't find a way to stop that? And there are—
Yo, you got our CTV article. Okay. Let's check this out. I gotta see this. We gotta see this. Let's go! Drone used to smuggle drugs, phones, and nicotine patches into the Drumheller prison RCMP. This is 2025 January. All right, there. Look at that. Look at them drones. A Cold Lake resident, an Edmonton man, and a Bonnyville woman have been charged in relation to a year-long drug trafficking investigation by the Drumheller RCMP. In November 2023, Correctional Services staff at the Drumheller Institution told RCMP officers they discovered a package containing methamphetamine, cell phones, nicotine patches, and fentanyl. That set in motion an investigation that led to the discovery of a drone near the prison that investigators believed was used to smuggle the package into the prison. As the investigation developed, a number of RCMP units joined, including investigators from Cold Lake and Edmonton Police Services Robbery Unit. On April 17th, a search warrant was executed on a resident on 8th Street in Cold Lake, where police discovered evidence of drug trafficking, including drones and drone parts. They also recovered a loaded handgun. Oh, that's cute. Look at that. Isn't that cute? That cute little gun. On the same day, Drumheller officers executed a search warrant on a vehicle that had been seized by Edmonton police, where they recovered evidence supporting drug trafficking, including cell phones and evidence of drone use. As a result, a 39-year-old Cold Lake man, a 35-year-old Edmonton resident, were charged with a conspiracy to commit the indictable offense of trafficking a controlled drug and trafficking fentanyl and methamphetamine. Jointly charged with possession. Okay, so one time, 3 years ago, this happened. And guess what? The police did their job and took care of it. So it's a non-issue. Oh my god! And it's also happening in fucking Alberta. He's giving this speech in Waterloo. Waterloo, for anybody who doesn't know, that's where the University of Waterloo. If you watch Metatron, he complains about the University of Waterloo, and this is also the only instance that Feline could find. Oh, okay. For anybody who doesn't know where Waterloo is in relation to anything in Canada, Waterloo is like an hour and change away from Toronto. If you want to know like the distance of that would be in kilometers, it'd be like 118 maybe kilometers roughly to Toronto. This fucking guy.
are no consequences when they get caught. So they do it again.
Oh no, they definitely were. They were arrested. They were arrested last year. What do you mean? Not only is a news report from 1.5 years ago and about an event that happened 3 years ago, it's only net equals 1. You right? He's talking about it like this is some prevalent issue that never gets resolved. And like, does he think Canadians are too dumb to look this up? Yeah, he does. So a lot of them are, to be fair. To be fair, look at how long he says this dumb shit. Then we have to go find and figure out what the fuck he's talking about. And it took, like, I didn't find it. Feline had to find it. So when Feline find it, I then had to look at it, and then he lies about it more. CBC did a story about an Abbotsford prison that had drug drones, also from 3 years ago. Good fucking lord. This fucking guy. Unreal.
And again, endangering the lives of prison guards and making sure that these criminals get out even worse than when they went in. We don't want to send them to a university of crime. We want to send them to a place where they turn their lives around and come out better citizens. And that is...
What do you think rehabilitation treatment is? It's not just cutting people off cold turkey. That's just, fuck this guy. That's not how it works. Go read a study.
This guy is unfucking believable.
Go read a study about drug rehabilitation and addiction. Just go look it up yourself. Go read one yourself. You'll know that what he's saying is bullshit.
This is what Kelly is requiring in her bill. Treatment in our prison.
She's saying something that can be imposed versus a mandatory forcing of something, which is, you know, questionable.
Prisons. The same principle is reflected in the Friends of David Act, introduced by Luc Berthold, a member of Parliament for the Conservatives in Quebec, who lost his own son tragically to a drug overdose. He wants to avail drug treatment facilities to young people like his son, who would have been alive today, potentially, had he had that availability to him.
You mean like safe injection sites? You mean like safe injection sites?
By helping youth across the country find recovery, we will turn this crisis around. And by passing Conservative MP Chakow's bill, Stopping Supply to Save Lives Act, known as Emily's Legacy, we will target drug dealers, traffickers, and organized criminals. Under the
all of these legislative things that they're pushing are fucking named after a dead person.
Legislation, individuals convicted of trafficking and processing synthetic drugs such as fentanyl and analogs over 20 milligrams will face 15 years imprisonment. Individuals convicted of over 40 milligrams of possession will face a life sentence.
Do we need to talk about how much a milligram is? You guys know. I don't need to talk. It's fine. It's fine. We know how much that is.
Joins with Dan Mazier, another one of our MPs, to ensure that safe injection sites cannot be placed within 500 meters of an elementary or secondary school, a daycare.
I'm pretty sure they're already not. Like, I don't know where he thinks this is. There's already rules about where these places can be. So I'm pretty sure that's it's already looped into that. But if somebody has a different citation, let me know.
Center or a playground. I can't believe we even have to pass a law to say this. Why would would the Liberal government even consider allowing drug consumption sites next to playgrounds, secondary schools, and elementary schools? This is outrageous. In fact,
do we have a citation of there being any fucking safe drug injection sites across the street from a school? Do we have any one example of this actually happening? Because this seems like fake outrage to me about nothing. About a thing that's not happening.
I will make a commitment that I will not be approving any drug consumption sites as Prime Minister of Canada. We will not allow these to go ahead. We don't want drug consumption, we want drug treatment.
My guy, you cannot get rid of all drugs. We tried this. there was DARE, and then there was like the war on drugs, and like the fucking it doesn't work. Prohibition doesn't work. None of these things work. None of these things have any basis in science, in any of the sociologies, in any of the psychology. None of this works. No medical texts are like, yeah, no, do that.
So our mission again is fewer drugs on our streets, fewer victims in our communities, and more people
Okay, yeah, but everything you're pushing is gonna do the opposite.
getting a chance to turn their lives around. We want to replace helplessness with hope, danger with safety, and we want to restore the promise of this country that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that no matter how low you fall,
Unless you are addicted to drugs, then fuck you, go in jail. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, and we're gonna treat you where you get cold turkey and shoved in a cell. Good luck, fucko. I'm sure you're gonna come out perfectly fine after that, and definitely not stressed out and not immediately start doing drugs again. Sure. Yeah, great. Good shit.
there's always hope of getting back up on your feet and doing as Kelly did, which is to climb to the mountaintop to aspire others. And my message to anyone who's addicted is this:
To aspire others or inspire others?
we need you. We need you. I went into a treatment center in Windsor, and I said to the men there, I'm not
Windsor is across the river from Detroit, for anybody who wants a geographic location.
here to offer my help. I need you to help me. I've got a project for you. You need to get better.
Oh, yeah?
And then you need to go out on the street and grab a brother or sister and bring them in here and get them better. And then they're going to go out onto the street and grab another one. And we're going to keep doing that until we...
You're gonna kidnap people? We're gonna buddy system kidnap people. And then... And then we're gonna fucking dystopian as fucks, like, keep them in a padded room and for X amount of time until they're not addicted to drugs anymore. Kelly is the person that was speaking earlier.
defeat this crisis, and every one of our
We
brothers
skipped
and
her.
sisters sees their lives turned around in a hopeful and bright future for Canada. Thank you very much.
Don't worry about the number of people that are gonna die and just relapse as soon as they're out.
Any questions, anybody?
Thank you.
Oh, Megan, you nearly killed me. That beer nearly came out my nose. The MLM model for drug treatment. Oh, okay.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor to questions.
Alright, questions. Alright. Alright, remember, please keep in mind that we have a rule, we have a game here. If you think he answered the question or he didn't answer the question, you make sure to put a check mark or an X emoji in the chat as we go.
From reporters?
Yes. Yes, good to see you, Louise.
We can't hear what she's asking. Good presser, guys.
Yes, thank you very much, Louise. We, in our election platform, we have a costing plan to fund 50,000 treatment beds right across the country. And
5,000 treatment beds across the 5,000 across the entire country? Does that include the territories? So we guys, 5,000 treatment beds. 5,000 treatment beds. The fuck is that gonna do? No, he said 5,000, not 50,000. He said 5. Please tell me he means 50,000. That would be better.
we, in our election platform, we have a costed plan to fund 50,000
Oh, okay, 50.
treatment beds right across
Okay, 50 is way better. Okay, yeah, no, I misheard. He said 50, not 5.
the
Okay,
country.
we're good.
And I have
I'm still not sure what the projected, like, how that's gonna help, but sure.
to look at the exact per patient cost level. I think it is in the neighborhood of about $15,000 or $20,000 per patient. You're right, it is not cheap. That said, the first thing I want to say is we have a different funding model completely. The funding model I want to use is that we will only pay organizations that succeed in getting people off drugs.
Oh
So-
no. Oh no. Oh no. You want to turn drug addiction treatment and prison, like prison done. Oh no. You huh. That's oh no. How do I even start to explain how bad that is? What's a good example? What's a good parallel to this? Okay, so addiction is medical treatment. Okay? Addiction is medical treatment. This is a medical treatment that you need to overcome an issue that you have. Let's take something like now this is probably a bad idea. I'm like, well, what if we take something like kidney stones and say like kidney stones becomes for profit? Like getting rid of somebody's kidney stones becomes a for-profit thing where a company is incentivized to be paid by the federal government to make sure you don't have kidney stones. And the more kidney stones they successfully remove, the more money they make. Right? Okay, so what do you think is the most cost-effective way to get rid of kidney stones? So the first thing you would want to do is you'd want to have more screening for kidney stones. You'd want more people to come to you for kidney stones. So you'd have more advertising, right? You'd have more of that. Then you would have what's the most cost-effective way to get rid of kidney stones? Not the thing that's going to be necessarily the healthiest for the patient, just all they care about is the profit of removing said kidney stone. You start to see, like, it's really easy to start to see why this is problematic and how quickly this becomes problematic, right? So, for example, again, addiction is a medical issue. Right? Yeah, they just start removing people's kidneys. Right? You just done, off you go. Right? So now everybody's down to one fucking kidney. Which is okay until you get kidney stones again. Now what do? You've only got one kidney. Yeah, addiction is for almost everybody a lifelong. The dialysis is another way to do it, yeah. So, addiction being a lifelong issue for most people, as well as addiction being a medical issue, means that you are gamifying and profiteering off of addiction. So, how do you get, if you want to make profit, what do? Right? Well, you get as many people who are addicted into your facilities as possible, cut them cold turkey, and then send them back out, and then when they get addicted again, you pull them back in, and you double your number. Well, and here's the other thing. What's stopping any of these groups from encouraging the sale of drugs? Right, they can lie about how many people they've treated. They can talk about, like, how many, like, disregarding, like, there's a lot of, like, fraud that you can do. But if you wanted to have a for-profit prison system, a for-profit prison like forced medical system. This is a forced medical system they're talking about. They're talking about making these treatments mandatory. Mandatory, not voluntary, not working with a psychologist to incentivize you to want to not do drugs anymore, but to put you in a more stressed situation like a prison, for profit, to have medical treatments forced upon you for profit. You see, I don't know how to explain any more clearly how, like, if you cannot see why that is not gonna work, why that is ripe for, this is not even including the abuses. This is just by what he said. This is
What we don't want to do is see the same interest groups that have caused this problem and who have profited off of its worsening to simply change the name on the door from safe supply to treatment and then get the money. So
why wouldn't they? If they're helping people, why wouldn't they get the money? So now you're saying, well, we're going to do it, but you're not allowed to do it that way. Now you're going to restrict how treatment is even done. So you're making it even worse? Good job, Polyev, by turning our prisons into for-profit prisons. Good shit. Good. Maybe emulating 1930s Germany and using prisons as fucking medical testing facilities for profit is not a good idea.
We will only fund organizations that have a track record of getting people off drugs, and then
those organizations do have a track. The organizations that do the safe injection sites have a track record of getting people off of drugs. Fucking asshole. Oh my god.
Future funding will be based on follow-ups with patients to see.
Yeah, Winding. Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, go on.
If they are drug-free, and then we will pay the treatment center for every month they keep a former addict drug-free. They can...
Regardless of how they do that? Oh no! Why would you just God, the more he talks, the worse it gets! Oh my god, you could just keep people locked up in your facilities. You would be like, alright, now go out into the community for like, yo, look, you're drug-free for like a couple of months and we just keep you in our facility. What the fuck? Yeah, death. Oh my god.
And then take that money and use it on the next incoming addict. This will create organic growth of those organizations like, for example, Harvest House in Ottawa, or...
The fact that it's called Harvest House is a little bit on the nose. Excuse me while I look up Harvest House in Ottawa. Oh no. Oh, alright guys, I need you to guess. You guys need to guess. Guess. This can't be. This can't be it. Oh, it is. All right, guys. Who do you think is the part of the facilitation of Harvest House? Are you ready? Harvest House Ministries. It's a fucking religious organization. Oh no. Oh no. You want to fucking fund federally religious organizations? instead of separate. Oh, this gets worse. It gets worse. It got worse, guys. It got worse. Hold on. Charity intelligence. Demonstrated impact. NR. Overview. Harvest House Ministries is a 5-star financially transparent charity with a reasonable program cost coverage. It has an A in a result in reporting score, which is excellent. For every dollar donated, 71 cents is available. So like apparently like they do like the shit correct. So core addiction treatment program was 56% of the charity's program spending. Offers counseling, a relapse prevention course, and biblical studies for its clients. In fiscal 2024, the charity held 104 counseling sessions, 208 hours of counseling attended by 65 clients. 59 clients learned life skills and coping mechanisms at 104 relapse prevention classes, 208 hours, 14 of whom completed all classes. I'm not sure how good that number is, quite frankly. Rehabilitation and community reintegration was 44% of the program's spending. In fiscal year 2024, they provided anger management courses, high school education, and jobs training for its client. That's all nice. That's good. That's good. These are good percentage numbers. In 2024 fiscal year, helped 18 clients recognize and process explosive anger at 26 separate classes over 52 hours. The charity also provided telephone sales, woodworking, public speaking, and senior care skills training to 61 people, 23 of whom completed all the required classes. So the retention isn't great. Additionally, they ran 80 sessions or 200 hours worth of high school education classes attended by 19 people. Result in impact. According to the charity, treating one person at Harvest House Ministries in Ottawa costs $103 daily. This is $223 cheaper than the $326 daily costs associated with incarcerating one person suffering from addiction. According to the charity, 14 clients graduated from a New Direction in fiscal year 2024, a class developed by the Minnesota Department of Corrections and Hazelden Publishing aimed at relapse and crime prevention. After 24 months, 9 of these clients, or 64%, did not relapse. Oh, that's not bad. 10 of these clients, 71%, did not commit another additional crime after 12 months. So that's like 1 year worth of time, and that's, something. 23 clients who completed Harvest House Ministries Ottawa skilled training courses, 15 or 65%, found and held a job for 12 months after leaving the program. Of the 19 students who attended the charity's high school education classes, 10% or 53% earned a GED. While CI highlights these key results, they may not be complete representations of the charity's results and impact. The charity is not yet rated on impact, and this does not affect the charity star rating. So if you give to this charity, the money goes where it's supposed to be going. That's what it says. And then its numbers are up to you. Up to you what you think. And that's after only 1 year of following somebody, which is not enough, but that's just the charity intelligence, all right? Let's fucking look at their website. Supporting young men in recovery through Jesus, operating since 1979. Houses men with addiction and works to help them achieve lasting sobriety and return to their communities. Well, that's lovely. This is the numbers that 2,500 plus residents helped since 1979. That feels really small, but it's not like it's only like this one town. It's still like a big region, but it's not like whatever. I want to know, are you guys young Earth creationists? That's what I really want to know. I really want to know if you're telling people the Earth is fucking 6,000 years old. All right, guys, come on. Recovery Cup. The fuck is whatever? It's fine. A community outreach, skills development, choosing non-violence. By the way, I'm not against religious groups doing stuff like this. I think this is fine. I think this is what more religious communities should do, by the way. So that's good. That's great. but I don't think they should be mandated through the government. I think mandating through the government is a bad idea. Give me your Bible study. Where's your Bible study? You're not gonna tell me. All right. Well, maybe we'll look at this more later. But yeah, no, I have no problem with I don't have a problem with religious organizations engaging in charity. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's fine. I don't think they should be mandated through the government. All right, go. And I don't think that there was enough information, both on their. I didn't dig their website too hard, but I wouldn't trust their website anyway. They should pay taxes. Well, the religious organizations should pay taxes, but the charity is a different and needs to be dealt with as if it is a nonprofit charity, right? But the numbers, I would want a deeper social study into their methodology, and then if their methodology works, then we can start taking it and applying it to different places, which I'm still not convinced needs to be mandated to be a pay-to-play to profiteer off of the prison system. I think that's a bad idea. But that doesn't mean that they're not doing something that doesn't work, and that maybe we can take the aspects that does work and use it more widespread. Great, cool, that'd be fine. I have no issue with that. All right, let's go.
Which one? Russo? Sorry, Bruce? Bruce Oak in Winnipeg. Absolutely, I visited that one. It will allow them to grow.
I do want to point out that he is currently advocating for the government giving money to religious institutions so they have full access to profiteer off of prison drug addicts and vulnerable people. And that's not to say that any of these places would do bad things. That's simply to say that it's easy to turn something good into something bad by setting up this kind of structure. This one does not appear to be a religious organization on a first glance. I haven't looked into that hard, but it doesn't appear to be a ministry at the very least.
Grow organically through their success, and frankly, it will defund the organizations that have made this problem worse. We will also get...
Such as who? Such as whom? Whomst? Give me some numbers. Give me something we can actually talk about.
Money to pay for this by cutting off all of the falsely named programs that they call harm reduction and safe supply. It's all garbage.
It is definitively not garbage. If you would like to give me a citation of how how fucking safe injection sites are not, like, how they are garbage, I would love to read that. But everything that I have read, everything that I have looked at in regards to these things have been definitively incredibly successful in reducing the number of people dying. Now, the other thing is, and is possible, is that Pierre Poilievre doesn't care if addicts die, right? If they can't cut it through the program that he wants to put forward through the jail system, or through the legal system, which is not a good idea. If he wants to do that and then doesn't care if people die of addiction in the street, then I guess those numbers wouldn't count, right?
And frankly, these interest groups, they have profited off of this nightmare. They have no interest in solving the problem because then their budgets get cut. They want
citation needed
to make it bigger, and I'm going to cut them off entirely.
You're going to say that about every fucking social program? You know, people only use the bus because the bus is affordable. And so they're have a high interest in maintaining buses and bus routes and roads. But if we just cut them all off, more people will buy cars. Are you fucking stupid?
Put the money into the organizations that prove they get people off drugs. Thank you.
Citation needed on these programs that you're referring to, that you have not named, by the way, are not doing that.
And Louise, also, I'll get my team. Can my team reach out to Louise and get her the extract from the platform with the exact costing of our 50,000 spaces? So you'll have that for your story. Thanks, Louise.
Good morning, John Dalzong from CBC Kitchener. If you could please answer our questions in both English and French. First one is it acceptable for Canada to accept a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum as part of a deal with the U.S.?
No, absolutely not. I'm very concerned about the deindustrialization of our country.
He did answer the question, but I'm worried he's going to go into like some unrelated diatribe.
If our key industries pay one-sided tariffs. So I was at an aluminum company yesterday, and they say their competitors on the American...
Sorry, the question was, is it acceptable for Canada to make a deal that includes a 25% tariff on aluminum and steel? I think the answer to that needs to be way more complicated, because the answer might be no if the terms are equitable and fair and what we're getting in response. The answer is probably not. Like, it's probably not a good deal for anybody involved for United States and Canada to be tariffing each other 25% on steel and aluminum, and not, like, you know what I mean? Or like the equivalent of. It's probably not good. I'm not an economist, and I'm not in the negotiations, so I don't know for sure, but I would suspect that the answer is no. But I also suspect this motherfucker doesn't know anything more about this than I do.
American side of the border are not paying any kind of tariff. Well, they are. So tell me how the Canadian...
Pierre, Canadian dairy and American dairy are the example you're looking for here, where the supply chain is controlled and the market is controlled by, and tariffs are used and instilled to help control the pricing and the value and the sale of dairy in Canada and in the United States, and what that consumption rate is, to maintain the market, to keep the market balanced and to keep the market fair. If you wanted to apply something like that to aluminum and steel, it might be viable. So, for example, what I'm talking about is, like, if X amount of dollars worth of aluminum gets sold in the United States or bought in the United States, then a 25% tariff begins to apply after a certain number. Would that be unfair? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't think so. It seems reasonable. As long as X is a reasonable number, it should be fine, right? So you could do the same thing that you do with dairy, that you do with steel, right? To help control the market. But I think this guy's an idiot.
The company is supposed to compete against an American company when only our guy pays the tariff.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to be the only option.
I don't know how it's going to work. Mr. Carney's got to tell us how he's going to avoid the full deindustrialization of our economy.
I don't know why he thinks the industrialization of our economy is entirely reliant on the automotive industry, because that's what it sounds like he's saying. He didn't bring up the automotive industry, but when you're talking about steel and aluminum, a lot of what you're talking about is automotive. So, particularly when you're talking about steel and aluminum between Canada and the United States, a lot of that is automotive. So, I don't know how a 25% tariff counts as de-fucking criminalizing. Did I miss Carney saying, yes, I accept the tariffs? No. This happened the day before Carney cut off negotiations. This was his predictions.
If he accepts one-sided tariffs as part of this deal, we want the good deal that Mark Carney promised. Remember, he said that his entire election campaign was about elbows up, don't accept a bad deal. Well, one-sided tariffs on Canadian industry would be a bad deal. We want a good deal.
Sure.
And that means full free trade and open competition.
No. That's not what that means. Because free trade is not tariff-free. That's not how that works. So, no.
Within North America.
In French, please.
Merci beaucoup. Non, ce n'est pas acceptable.
Blah, 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 blah. Same thing in French. He's dumb.
Right. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has suggested that Jamil Jivani has played an important role in the trade negotiations. Were you aware?
Jamil Giovanni is like a buddy, like a university buddy with Pierre Poilievre, and there's a little bit of like gossipy drama about that and the Pierre's ties to the Trump administration through Jamil. So just for anybody who doesn't know, that's the lowdown on that. There's more details to it. It's like a little bit messier, but that's just the long and short of it. Yeah, this is what he said before, and then we're gonna watch what he said afterwards. So we're gonna see how much he backpedals on this shit.
Aware of Giovanni's efforts, and do you think they were influential?
I told all my members of parliament to use every single contact they had to fight for Canada and Canadian jobs. And I reiterate that to any of our MPs or any Canadian. If you have contacts south of the border, use those to put pressure to fight for tariff-free trade.
No! Tariff-free trade doesn't exist! That's not a real thing! Shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. How about people who know what they're talking about do their fucking job? How about that?
We can protect our industries and have renewed access to...
Tariff does help protect our industries. The dairy tariff definitively protects Canadian dairy on Canadian soil. That's what it's there for. Poilievre doesn't know anything about economics. PP wants to destroy Canadian milk. Yeah, basically yes.
The biggest and most lucrative market anywhere on earth.
Thank you very much. That's all the time we have for questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much, everyone.
Wow.
Good to see you.
All right, bye.
All right.
Oh, hooray! That was a little bit shorter than I thought it was going to be. He's gone, everybody! That was all the questions he got asked. And that was, like, kind of low-key pathetic. But also low-key not surprising because he handpicks the people who are allowed to ask him questions. And I bet you if you turn that camera around, it's really fucking embarrassing. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. And during that break, after when we get back from the break, we will hear what he said now after the Prime Minister said cut negotiations. I will take that stretch during the break. Thank you so much. I will be right back. Like, subscribe, membership, whatever. See you guys in a minute. Okay, I have done a heckin' return. Hi, it's me, I'm back. Alright, I agree with Red Cedar. This was probably, of the 3 questions that were asked, one of which we could not hear. It does seem that, although I am not satisfied with Pierre Poilievre's answers, he at least did mostly answer both of those questions. But I will put on out, he only took 3 questions, which is pretty fucking pathetic. Alright, so that happened. Then the deal was dropped. We watched the announcements about that and read that. Or sorry, the negotiations, I shouldn't say deal. There was no deal yet. The negotiations were yeeted out the window by Mark Carney. And so we're now going, hey, good to see you on Stride. We're going to check out what Poilievre has to say now after the fact. So let's go. Let's see what he has to say.
Pierre Poilievre grew up in Alberta as the adopted son of 2 school teachers. He learned...
Okay, I do not give a shit about your introduction to this fucking asshole.
Emploi et le coût de la vie. Pour mettre le Canada, c'est leur chèque de table. J'ai rencontré hier aux emplois. Une hypothèque, comment rester même tangible pour rétablir le doublement du nombre qui sont forcés au niveau que le Canada travaille et je vais lui dire pour lesquels on a besoin d'idées. How que le premier ministre suggérant serait travailleurs pour quand et où pour protéger les stimuler notre économie qui encourager le transport elle est acheter des véhicules et négocier
Oh boy.
pour tous les partis c'est abordable stand united worker
Okay,
stand
so this is like
united et maintenant merci
so this is like a 10-minute roughly statement and it's just going to be repeated in English, so
beaucoup et mettons le Canada d'abord. Thank you very much everyone for being here now in English. Canadians must stand united.
Oh, should we do like the points first? Yeah. You know what? You're right. We can do the points first. You make a good point. Valid. Let me grab it. Where did it go? Yeah, there it is. All right. Open media link. Oh my god, open media link. Thank you. Okay. So this was the can you tell me what the source is for this? Where did this set come from? Just so we know. So this is a summary of key U.S. demands in 2026 Canada-U.S. trade negotiations. 1. Veto over strategic infrastructure partnerships. Canada must submit major foreign investment in infrastructure, ports, telecom, energy pipelines, power grids to a joint U.S.-Canada review board, giving the U.S. functional veto power over foreign investment in Canada. 2. Preemptive trade restrictions on non-U.S. nations. Canada must align with U.S. sanctions, export controls, and import tariffs on third country nations, giving up the right to set independent foreign trade policy. We're going to talk about this after I'm done reading it. 3. Jurisdictional preemption on critical minerals. Good lord, my brain. The U.S. demands guaranteed right of first refusal and price caps on all unrefined critical minerals, examples lithium, nickel, cobalt, uranium, from northern Canada, limiting domestic processing and export to their allies. 4. Rescinding the Digital Service Tax and Online News Act. Canada must repeal legislation requiring foreign tech platforms to pay taxes on revenues earned from Canadian users and compensate Canadian news publishers. 5. Elimination of cultural and language protections. U.S. demands to dismantle Canadian content, CanCon, quotas, roll back the Online Streaming Act, which we've read, and exempt U.S. goods and digital services from provincial language laws, specifically targeting Quebec's French language protections. 6. Elimination of Buy Canada public procurement rules. Canadian governments must grant American companies equal access to public infrastructure contracts at all levels, banning preferences for local or Canadian suppliers. This is insane. No, who would agree to this? This is you guys remember when Steve McRae sent me that contract that he wanted me to sign? I'm getting deja vu here. 7. Dismantling agricultural safeguards. U.S. demands removal of Canadian supply management system for dairy, eggs, and poultry sectors, and automatic adoption of U.S. chemical and pesticide standards. Really? Sorry, let me keep reading. 8. Unilateral alteration of auto rules. Yeah, this chart is in the Discord. I will send it to you specifically, Landon, as well, so you can have a copy to look at. Well, we're definitely, if we can get like get a proper source on this, Feline, I want to talk about it on the hub on Saturday. I remember the slave goblin contract. I remember. Yeah, Canada's generally more strict. Jason? I'll at Jason about this. There we go. Okay, I put that out there. So we'll see. I'll make sure to like get this double checked. Unilateral alteration 8. Unilateral alteration of auto rules, exclusion of heavy assembly plants, and key exclusion of heavy assembly plants and key auto sectors from tariff relief, plus restricted rules aimed at shifting auto assembly jobs directly to the United States. 9. Pharmaceutical patent extensions. U.S. demands to extend data exclusivity periods for foreign pharmaceutical firms, delaying generic drug access in Canada and driving up provincial healthcare costs. 10. Priority allocation of Priority allocation of Canadian energy. Requirements for priority allocations and price guarantees on Canadian crude oil, natural gas, hydroelectricity, nuclear energy exported to the United States. 11. Binding military and Arctic mandates. Oh boy. Canada must meet specific defense spending benchmarks tied to purchasing US-made military hardware for Arctic surveillance and NORAD upgrades. Canada, please subsidize our industrial military what's the word? Whatever the word is. This deal is trash. Yeah, this sounds like trash. Yeah, I asked Jason for a citation so we can find out where this, at least where, like, oh, complex, thank you, yeah, that was the word I was looking for. This, graphic came from, because, like, a lot of this does sound like what was said, but I haven't delved into it on all of the release yet, so. I just want confirmation. 11, binding military and Arctic mandates. Oh, or more NORAD upgrades, right. 12, lowering customs and de minimis rules. I don't know what that is. U.S. demands to reduce tax thresholds on cross-border e-commerce, giving American retailers tax-free access to Canadian consumers, which would hurt local businesses. Yeah. 13, dispute settlement changes existing under review. U.S. pushing for stronger investor state dispute mechanisms that could allow foreign companies to challenge Canadian law and regulations. There's a couple of these things that are, like, clearly, like, these, whoever put this graphic together has added the consequence, right? It's not just what the US was demanding, they've added what the consequence would be to the statement, right? So if you were to say, like, for example, veto over strategic infrastructure partnerships. Canada must submit major foreign investments in infrastructure, ports, telecom, energy, pipelines, power grids to a joint US-Canadian review board, and period, right? Then there's the result, like what they're describing the result would be, giving the US functional veto power over foreign investment in Canada. Potentially, yes. Right? So, like, preemptive trade restrictions on non-US nations. Canada must align with the US sanctions, exports controls, and import tariffs on third nations, period. Then the result would giving up the right to set independent foreign trade policy. Right? So, judicial preemption on critical... Sorry, jurisdictional. I don't know why I keep saying judicial. I read too many fucking legal documents. Jurisdictional preemption on critical minerals. The U.S. demands guaranteed right of first of refusal and price caps on all unrefined critical minerals, examples lithium, nickel, cobalt, uranium from northern Canada. Period. Which would limit domestic processing and export to other allies. Right? So, like, you can see in this graphic, they've added the consequence to these that they've decided. Right? Now, some of these are absolutely reasonable. Some of them, maybe they're not. I don't know. I haven't looked enough into it, but this reads more clearly if you ignore, like, the obvious... a lot of these results seem like the obvious outcome, but it has written in the outcome, just to be clear. But yeah, so that's what that is. So let's see what fucking this dipshit said. Go! Away! Yeah.
Merci beaucoup, et mettons le Canada d'abord. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here now in English. Canadians must stand united. United in putting our country first, united for our workers, our consumers, our families. We must stand united in condemning the unjustified tariffs by President Trump, and we must stand united for the many people who are now afraid for their jobs and their livelihoods. I've spent the...
Okay, so how much you want to bet he's immediately about to undermine sticking together over some hardship? Because I bet that's exactly what he's about to do.
Last 2 days here at ground zero of the trade dispute, right here in Windsor, Ontario. The industrial...
What the fuck is in his background? If he's in Windsor, across the river is Detroit. Is that... Does he have fucking Detroit in his background? Have I gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, whatever. Go on.
Industrial backbone of our country. I met with auto workers, mold makers, and countless other trades, small business owners. They feed their families with their relentless hard work. And we must judge all of our actions in this trade dispute by one measuring stick. What are the results for the people, for the workers, for the families, for the seniors across this country? Many of the workers I met with here in Windsor were afraid.
Okay, I think it's Detroit. I think he's got Detroit in his background, guys.
They're worried. I met with one auto worker yesterday who said, "Will I still have a job?"
Why would they ask you?
I saw fear in his eyes. How is he going to pay his mortgage? How is he going to pay for his kids' hockey registration?
For the job, his kids' hockey registration. Oh, Canada.
What if he loses his job? How far away will he have to move? What conversation will he have to have with his children at the dinner
Oh no, people have to live their lives, regardless. Oh dear.
Table? If he has to tell them that they're selling the house, they're leaving and changing schools, and moving to a far away place so that they...
Oh god, not moving for a job and having to change schools. Oh dear lord, no. Not being able to sell a house and have a bunch of fucking equity. Oh dear god, no, it can't possibly be. Most of this is like not that, like, not a big deal. Most of what he described is just like life happening.
Can pay their bills.
What if, though,
Our people have
guys?
suffered enough over the last 10 years. Raging inflation has made it impossible for many to afford groceries. Single mothers are forced to turn back items at the grocery checkout because
Turn back items at the grocery. Okay, whatever.
their bank accounts empty before their grocery carts do. An entire generation of youth is shut out of home ownership as we have the most expensive housing.
We're not youth. The millennials are not fucking youth anymore, my guy. The millennials are in their 40s. You dipshit. That's not the... It's... He's so stupid. Oh my god.
You have
Okay.
inundated me, overwhelmed
Oh,
me
whoops.
with messages and comments of
Hold on, shut up, go away. I'm not at you yet. That's just for
Jing,
tomorrow. Don't look at that. That's for tomorrow. My guys. So this is an ongoing social problem that I have noticed, and it's that Gen X. No. Boomers. Gen X. No, Gen X. Millennials. Gen Z. Right. Gen X and older don't know how old millennials are. They think millennials are in their 20s. Gen Z are in their 20s. Gen Z, if we keep going on the affordable housing stuff, will start to be able to own homes in their late 20s into their early 30s. The sacrificial generation here, the generation that can't afford anything their whole lives, is going to be the millennials. That's the generation it is. If we do nothing, right? Then no, that's not quite right, Feline. The youngest millennials are like 30. Yeah, maybe 20. You know what? You're right. 29. You know what? You're right. I think you're right. That is the youngest you could possibly get. Yeah. But the Gen Xers think we're all like starting our first jobs. Like go look like me. Look at the way I look, right? And if I go job hunting, people think it's my first job. People think I'm getting my first or my second job. I'm 36.
Inflation has made it impossible for many to afford groceries. Single mothers are forced to turn back items at the grocery checkout because
I would like to point out that the Carney government has done stuff to alleviate grocery costs. That, like, as in, like, there was a big tax rebate.
their bank accounts empty before their grocery carts do. An entire generation of youth is shut out of home ownership as we have the most expensive housing in the G7.
Who the fuck is buying a house when they're a youth? How old is a youth, Pierre? A youth is a teenager. A youth is like 12. What 12-year-old is buying a house, you fucking jackass? He's so stupid.
And then there's the people who have to empty their bank to fill up their tank because of high gas prices. Factory.
Yeah, well, like, why don't we just go to war with the United States in Iran then? PP. Why doesn't Canada just join the war in Iran against the United States? Like, why don't we just do that? Then, like, clear out that strait real quick, get that nice and cleaned up, and then that oil can come down in price. How about that? Do you want to do that? Is that going to help your problem? Is that a good idea to you?
Factories have moved south. Jobs have left the country. 30 mills have already closed in British Columbia. The people who used to donate to our food banks are now forced to take donations because they can't pay their bills. And
that's not how the food bank works.
Now the highest number of insolvencies since the Great Global Recession means
They they can't pay their bills, so they have to take donations for the food bank or from the food bank. My guy, if their electricity bill and their grocery, the fucking food bank isn't going to solve their electricity bill.
That families are literally selling their homes and assets to pay their mortgages as they toss a turn.
Guys, I'm selling my home to pay my mortgage. Guys, if you own more than one property and you're a landlord and you find that you have to sell your property to pay your mortgage, that's helping bring costs of housing down. That's part of the solution.
At night wondering if they might have to declare bankruptcy.
I do not care if a piece of shit fucking landlord has to declare bankruptcy. Suck my whole ass.
And when tariffs strike automotive plants, mold-making businesses, they force layoffs. It is moms and dads going home to tell their kids that they'll have to say goodbye to their friends. It
oh, boo fucking who. I don't care.
is communities that shut down.
Yeah,
it is people that suffer. In all the noise and the drama, we cannot forget that we are talking about
the drama.
People's lives, their jobs, their cost of living, their paychecks. Everything we do, everything must be focused on protecting their jobs and cost of living. That is what conservatives are focused on. And that is why we're, later today I'll be talking with the Prime Minister on the phone, and I'll be asking him to recall Parliament for a real economic plan to protect jobs and lower the cost of living for people as we go.
We already have that. That's already been established, and it's already been discussed and already been implemented. The economic strategy in the budgets for 2026 are done and have already gone through Parliament. So he's asking for nothing. He's asking to do the thing that we already did. Does he think that, not having a trade deal done by now with the United States changes that plan? Because it doesn't.
Go through this difficult time. Conservatives are ready to join with all parties to lock arms and fight for affordability, for jobs, and for the country that we love. We need...
Can we, X to doubt? Because I don't believe you.
Real action in Parliament. And there are reasons why we cannot wait. Parliament has work to do. First, Canadians deserve to know what is the deal that the Prime Minister at first planned to accept and then later decided to reject. Release the proposed text. Let's be clear, there are no national secrets in that text. It's already been shown to the United States administration.
That's not how that works. Because it was shown to the fucking... the person you're negotiating with doesn't make the person you're negotiating with not a foreign power. How do you know? You don't, because you don't have your security clearance. Oh, he's so embarrassing. I am convinced that is Detroit in his background.
The President has seen it. His negotiators have seen it. The United States has seen it. Canadians deserve to see it. We're asking him to release the details of what proposed...
You mean this? Like this graphic? You want something like this graphic that we have? Okay. Go on.
What was proposed in that agreement so that we can find out both what our government was fighting to achieve and what the Americans were demanding and what it is that was unacceptable and required we walk away. Transparency is essential, especially important after the government gave false information about the Gordie Howe Bridge. The truth only became known after the agreement was released.
I'm gonna want a citation needed on that one. I don't know what false information was released that he's talking about and by whomst. So I'm gonna need a citation on that one.
Canadians deserve to know what was on the table so all of us can know what we are fighting for and what we are fighting against. Second, we asked the Prime Minister today to reveal the cost to individual families of his proposed counter tariffs. He said the other day that tariffs are taxes. That is a quote. So what will the retaliatory tariffs mean for grocery bills, gas prices, and the cost of everyday goods. How much
The same thing that they've meant the last year and in 2016. It's the same. They're the same. It's gonna be the same. It's more of the same, my guy. We've done this. Why are you acting like this is new? In fact, the fact that you're acting like this is new is a little bit concerning for my thoughts on your cognitive abilities.
How much more will families have to pay? And where will the tariff revenues go? Canadians are already spending more on taxes than on food, clothing, and shelter combined. They cannot afford to pay more for groceries, gas.
That might be true, but I'm also going to citation need him on that. I want to know where he's getting that number from.
And housing. And so we want the Prime Minister to lay out very clearly what are the costs and how will Canadian families be made whole. We need to focus on the affordability of the bills that Canadians pay, and that takes information in Parliament and action by all parties in that chamber.
Mayori Meteor said, does this guy have a brain injury or something? Is there some reason why he can't figure this out? No tariffs with other nations is not illegal to trade with them instead. Yeah, I don't know, man. He feels like he's stuck in a loop. Yeah, dude. This man is so far out of. Here's the problem. All right, come here. Talk to me for a second. Come here. What we're seeing is a man that is so incredibly outside of his field of expertise and his depth of understanding that he is just giving himself a feedback loop of slogans and saying the same thing over and over again, treating every single thing like it's a new thing, like it's brand new, as if people are gonna buy this shit. We've been through this. We've been through this rigmarole multiple times. The thing is that he just doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's too arrogant and the hubris of man to admit that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's not the guy for this job right now. He's not the guy. Not as the opposition leader, and certainly not as the Prime Minister. I feel bad for conservatives who are more traditional conservatives, who are actually about, not this level of insane that we're hearing come out of this extremist authoritarian piece of shit. So, you guys, you don't need this guy to represent you. You can do better. Yeah, pretty sure the food from Mexico won't be tariffed. Yeah, just because the food from the United States is going to be tariffed doesn't mean that the food from other places is going to be tariffed at the same rate. And so, as Canadians, we have also already dealt with this and have already redirected a lot of our supply chains. If you go to a grocery store right now, or you go to a store in Canada, particularly a grocery store, because that's what he's referring to right now, you will find less and less and less American products, and you will find less and less of the American products that are still there on the middle shelf. You'll find them at the top and you'll find them at the bottom, or you'll find them stuffed in the corner somewhere. Canadians have already moved away from a lot of United States produce, product, like food-related products, and even just other products in general. So this is not going to impact us on a new level that we're not kind of already been working on circumventing in the first place. And now, when it's happening now, we've already been hit by it twice. And every time we've been hit by it, we've become more resilient to it. In 2016, it took us almost totally by surprise. And we had to fucking deal with that. This time we were a little bit more prepared because we had been untangling ourselves from the United States since 2016. So it still hit us, and it still hit us hard, but we were not as surprised by it. Now, we've already been, we used the momentum from the second time he did it to build new trade deals, negotiations, and new supply chains, so that when what's he gonna do? Tariff us more? Oh no! We don't care. Canadians, we don't care. We don't, oh, well, I'm gonna double tariff you to infinity. Like, we don't fucking give a shit. Like, it's a joke up here. The Canadian, and I live in Southern Ontario. I live in, like, fucking automotive industry central. Like, we don't give a shit. Are we worried? Are we a little bit concerned? Yeah, yes. I don't live that far away from Windsor. Yes, there is concern about this, but it's not like the government hasn't already announced that it's doing things and increasing things that it was already doing that was already working. So for this man to come over here and just fucking bullshit his way as if this hasn't been something we've been dealing with is just ludicrous.
Third, we are calling for the introduction of a new economic action plan to jolt Canada's stalled economy, make life more...
How is our economy stalled? We have the lowest inflation rate in the G7 and have the highest increase of fucking money coming in. That's just a fucking... What do we need? Why? We have a massive deal with Germany and the EU with rearmament. We have negotiations with both Germany with subs. We have work that we've been doing with for our Arctic stuff that is related to Australia. We have money coming in from New Zealand. We have renegotiated and redirected a ton of investment. We are the fucking place to do infrastructure investment right now, globally, in the world. In the world, my guy. What do you mean, jolt our stalled economy? What stalled economy? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you guys still banning Chinese EVs? Nope! There's been a change to importing. We have a massive deal that involves three main things with China. One of those things is China EVs, which is going to both be imported, completed, and it looks like they're going to be building the EVs in Canada. So you're going to have a couple of Chinese companies building the cars here and sourcing Canadian steel and lumber and aluminum and whatever the fuck they're gonna need for that shit. Then you also have canola oil, which is China is a massive market for canola oil, and we have a shit ton of that. So that's great and fantastic for us. And our cultural exchange, which has to do with trade and travel and infrastructure when it comes to tourism. So, like, this man is fucking dipshit. He's just lying.
more affordable and protect the jobs of Canadians in this escalating tariff dispute. Let's be clear, we cannot have any more tinkering, administrative adjustments, all wrapped in big speeches and fancy announcements. We need real action. Canadians have...
What's the difference? What's the difference between real action and tinkering to adapt? Because I feel like he's brushing off adaptability in turbulent... in a turbulent situation where things are changing at the drop of the hat with whether or not there's tariffs, there's no tariffs, there's more tariffs, there's less tariffs. Adaptability in that kind of a situation isn't tinkering. Like, that's...
have been suffering even before this latest escalation. The only economy in the G7 to be in a recession.
Yes, it's going to hurt, and no, we're not. No, that's just wrong. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy to decouple ourselves from like a 60% fucking market overall, or whatever the fucking number is. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. Just because the United States is convenient doesn't mean we should kowtow to them.
The slowest growth in the G7, 5 consecutive quarters of falling investment since this prime minister took office.
I'm not in citation needed. Investment in what? Overall? Total investment in Canada? Because no, that's not right.
We have the largest number of insolvencies since the Great Global Recession.
Again, he's calling it the Great Global Recession. He's just talking about the financial crash of 2008. When his boss was the prime minister. And again, I will repeat, when his boss was the prime minister and he was the housing minister, and Harper, who was his boss at the time and the prime minister at the time, tapped Mark Carney to help deal with the financial crisis.
And a massive increase at the food banks. All of this was before the latest round of tariff escalation. We need...
In what way have the tariffs escalated? Just to, like, be clear about what this guy is fucking talking about. The global financial crisis caused by the same nation he's trying to talk up right now. Yeah, he's just trying to, like, create a new buzzword for the financial crash of 2008.
Real action right now. And that's why Conservatives will put forward an economic action plan in Canada's Parliament. It will include removing all capital
That's why we're gonna waste everybody's fucking time.
gains tax on reinvestments in Canada to bring back the over $1 trillion that has fled our economy over the last decade. Cancelling gas and diesel taxes until at least Canada Day 2027 to save families $1,000 and to make it more
We already talked about why that's nonsense.
affordable for our businesses to transport goods and reach markets. Scrapping
Feline wants to point out we're talking about a 0.3 point difference compared to 2009. So he wants to regress a few decades. Yes, this is something that I've pointed out before, and I think you make a good point. I want to touch on it. Current day conservatives are not conserving anything. They're not conservatives. They're regressives. They're regressive authoritarians that are utilizing populist rhetoric to make their ideas seem and feel more powerful and stronger than they are, bolstering themselves with social media nonsense and foreign influence. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's propaganda. Short answer.
anti-development laws like C-69 and C-48,
That's not true. It doesn't exist. We already talked about it.
which remain in place, and greenlighting the 500 projects that are awaiting federal approval right now. Many of them
Why would we just wide brush approve 500 projects without like actually looking at them? Like that seems like a rife for fraud and problems.
have been waiting for years. Get the government out of the way, permit those projects, and get people building. Scrap the
I also want a citation on that.
industrial carbon tax on steel, aluminum, fertilizer, concrete, cement, oil, gas.
Bro, potash is one of our best negotiating tools when it comes to the United States. You kind of want to know the other place you can get potash is on the planet in any substantial amount? It's Russia. Ryan says, why are Angloid nation conservatives so cucked by America? Bro, I don't fucking know.
And other basic essentials that are building blocks of a modern economy so that we can reindustrialize rather than deindustrialize. We need to also support our auto sector by encouraging Canadians to buy Canadian cars. And that one way the
That is something that Carney did bring up. Carney brought up that we are the biggest buyer of American cars. So the other thing is there is no Canadian car brand. I've talked about this before. I don't know if you guys have noticed. If you look at car brands, not one of them is Canadian. For the amount of fucking automotive work we do not have one car brand to our name. How has this happened? I don't know. It's not like we're bad engineers. Like, we're pretty good at that shit. We helped with NASA. We built the fucking arm on the fucking space station. We know how to build shit. We were really good at inventing fucking armament shit. Like, we're inventive. We know how to do shit. I don't know why we haven't invented our own car. Probably because we were like, didn't need to. We were like, yeah, whatever, who cares? Like, fuck it. We just didn't give a shit. Might now be a good time. But, yeah, no, I agree with at least that part, but I'm pretty sure that part is something that he's riffing off of Carney. Carney already said this.
government can help is let's take the GST off all Canadian-made automobiles. And I send the message out to...
That's not a good idea. And one of the main reasons that's not a good idea is because not all Canadian-made cars are Canadian brands. In fact, none of them are Canadian brands. So if you wanted to do something like this and you wanted to introduce a Canadian branded car that was everything made in Canada, then all of that wrapped up into one, that would be a good idea. But the way this is
my fellow Canadians.
Oh yeah, there was a super chat. Thank you so much for asking if I got tea. Thank you for reminding me. I have not gotten the tea yet. Hopefully I'll go out today and get some.
Buy Canadian. Look at the label. Make sure that the things you're buying have as much Canadian...
Do the thing you're already doing, even though I was not helpful about this whatsoever up until this point.
content as humanly possible, support your fellow workers, and stand up for our country. We all need to do that, of all parties. We need to join together in a spirit of Canada first.
Yes, that would very much disincentivize public transport. Yes, that would increase fuel costs and do a whole lot of damage to the work that we've done to reduce carbon emissions. And also, like, problematic in, like, 7 other ways. Just not buying American cars is good enough. You don't need to do anything else for now. Like, this is, we don't need to drop Nagasaki, alright? Like, this is not necessary. Yeah, check the label on PP. Valid.
The Prime Minister promised that he'd have a deal with the U.S. by July 21st, 2025.
He did say that at one point. He walked that back immediately and was like, yeah, that's not going to happen. These guys are not negotiating at all. But I'm not
He
surprised
said that he could negotiate a win and handle President Trump. He said he would get an even better deal than we had before he came to office. A year and a half after those promises, tariffs are higher than ever, and we have far larger.
I'm not sure that's true because, again, the overall tariffs, if you're only talking about the United States, maybe on some products because they've been warbly as fuck. But if you want to talk about the additional trade deals we've got and the investments that we've gotten, it kind of
larger, wider tariffs on many more goods. Making a series of preemptive concessions, expecting to get generosity at the bargaining table was not the right move.
I don't know where that happened, so citation needed.
Using our leverage will do that. And Conservatives have a real plan to employ our leverage to fight.
My guy, negotiations are off the table right now. We are not sitting at the table with... What are you talking about? We're not negotiating right now. The announcement was that we are no longer doing negotiations. You're talking about what the negotiations need to be. The negotiations are over as of right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
These tariffs. We have the resources that the United States needs. We can commit to building up a strategic mineral and energy reserve that will be only available to those countries that give our country tariff.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but he is almost verbatim repeating the thing he said 2 days before. All he's added is a little bit of Carney's language from the announcement.
Free access. We can also use our massive military spending as a point of leverage. We can push for a 1965-style auto pack, which ultimately built the auto sector in Detroit, Windsor, Oshawa, and countless other places. We can do that to repatriate production back to our countries.
Fucking what? Make Detroit great again? My guy, you're literally looking across the way at Detroit. We are looking at Detroit. What the fuck are you talking about?
That is a real plan to fight for tariff-free access, but it means pulling together, proposing solutions, and also demanding accountability for our people. Our mission is an economy that is affordable at home, autonomous at home, and strong at home, with stronger take-home pay, safer streets, and a secure border within a self-reliant Canada. Conservatives are ready to do the work. Let's get back to Parliament, and let's fight for affordability, let's fight for our jobs, and let's fight for Canada.
His announcement was to say nothing about anything that had recently happened. Repeat the thing that he said the day, like 2 days before. Add a little bit of fucking extra bullshit, as in like what fucking Carney was saying. And then fucking it is just throwing slogans around. He's got nothing. He's got 0 things. He's got nothing to add. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yes, this, that face right there. What the fuck?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now take questions from reporters. Please identify yourself and your outlet.
Okay, sorry, didn't know I was first.
My dude, if you had any brain cells, you would be facing the other direction, so we would be looking at Windsor and not looking at fucking Detroit. You fucking idiot.
Hi, Maureen with Blackbird News. You talk about scrapping carbon tax. Are we scrapping all climate protections in favor of getting the economy going?
Well, the industrial carbon tax is not a climate protection. It is a tax. It's a money grab.
It's a tax that disincentivizes large and excess use of gas. When that's what it's for. That's what it does. It's the fucking idiot.
That simply weighs down our steel.
It actually works. Even the carbon tax that was on the consumer carbon tax, that was also working. It's something that is intended to disincentivize people from utilizing fucking, because it costs more. It's like when you raise the cost of cigarettes. It's supposed to disincentivize people from smoking. And in some regards it works, and in some it doesn't really help once you're already addicted, but it can be preventative.
Aluminum, autos, and other core industries. The Americans don't have that tax. The Europeans are exempting heavy industry from that tax. The Chinese economy doesn't pay that tax. So it doesn't help the environment.
My guy, you do not want to bring up China and the crazy advancements that China has been making in clean energy.
To drive production out of our economy into hostile overseas economies by taxing our industry into the...
I'm sorry, is Europe a fucking hostile overseas economy now? Excuse me?
Ground. What we need to do is reduce the governmental costs for our industry so that they can actually compete while bringing home...
He has not answered the question, by the way.
...the investment and jobs for our people. So, no, this is not about the environment. This does not... The industrial carbon tax has nothing to do with the environment.
That's a lie.
It is a cash grab that kills jobs for our people and drives up the costs for our
That makes literally no sense.
consumers.
Good morning, Rob Hindi from AM 800. Just want to get your thoughts. You talked about how you talked to a worker yesterday. I guess overall, what would your message be to the people of Windsor, Essex?
We're going to fight for you. We have an incredible group of members of parliament here.
Your question is bad and you should feel bad.
Harb Gill, a former police officer who's been fighting for this community his whole life.
Cash grab for whom? Yeah, good question.
Kathy Borelli, lifelong Windsor resident who's lived the story of the great immigrant families from Italy who came and literally built a Windsor.
Oh, now he's pro-immigrant, even the last time we were watching, like a couple of minutes ago, we were watching from the day or two before, he was like, foreigners.
And Chris Lewis from the Essex County, who's been fighting for the people in that region all along. We will fight for you. We're going to fight for your job, and we will not relent. Canada...
Okay, how? What are you going to do? What could you possibly do to change the outcome of stopping negotiations?
...needs a thriving automotive sector as part of our economic security, but also our national security. And so we're...
Oh, now it's national security? Didn't he not just say a couple of minutes ago that it was not national security? That we should be able to all see the deal that was put over because it doesn't include national security, and now it fucking includes national security? So he's now admitting that it's all part of national security and he doesn't fucking have any clue what the hell is going on? The thing I was saying the whole time because he doesn't have his fucking security clearance? Oh well, shit. Looks like somebody was right the whole time. Oh, imagine that. If the U.S. is putting tariffs on Canada from Feline, America, if the United States is putting tariffs on Canadian products, then the United States citizens are paying for them. If the United States want Canada to put tax on products from the United States, then Canada can provide relief undoing any tax anyway. Go figure.
We've got a real plan to save and grow our auto sector, taking sales taxes off of Canadian-made automobiles so our people buy Canadian, fighting for a tariff-free auto pack, stopping the backdoor EV mandate, getting rid of the industrial carbon tax, lowering the cost of energy on production. All of those things will make it possible for us to compete and for our incredible auto workers to keep their jobs and grow their paychecks.
Okay.
Sorry,
Good morning.
sorry,
follow up?
Let's let this fella finish up
Yeah,
here.
sorry, one more. Just yesterday, Premier Doug Ford made some comments. Just want to get your thoughts on,
Yeah,
I
he
guess, premiers making comments about what's going on.
Well, we all got to
not a bad
band together and fight for Canada, regardless of our level of government or our party affiliation. We're all in this together to fight for the Canadian economy and its people.
Insert song from High School Musical here.
So, everything I do is focused on the jobs and the cost of living of Canadians. Every utterance I make and every
Autumn.
policy we put forward should be about protecting the jobs and making life affordable
Yeah, but what about his comments? They're asking about the comment. He's not answering the question.
for the hardworking Canadians who have suffered enough. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Bob Belichico,
Not answered.
CTV. Just wondering, how fast can Parliament reconvene? And then two, is how important is it for both sides of the aisle to unite in this time of crisis, I guess?
Look, I think unity is important. Let me start with your first question. The Parliament could be reconvened in a couple of days, and I'm speaking to the Prime Minister. What is it now? Well, I don't know what time it is, but it's at 8:30, so that's why I'm a bit.
Bros out here like, yo, I demand we fucking bring Parliament back in, as if Parliament's not gonna be fucking recalled at some, like, soon TM anyway. Like, he's just wasting everybody's time.
Crunched to wrap up a little bit early today. But I'll be speaking with
Still
him
only 3
and
questions.
reiterating to him that we all need to put Canada first. We're all fierce competitors in the political arena, but we're also believers.
All right, guys. Check mark in the chat for yes. Or thumbs up in the chat for yes. Thumbs down in the chat for no. Do you guys think Pierre Poilievre is a fierce political competitor to Mark Carney? Thumbs up for yes, thumbs down for no.
In our country, and so we will be there to fight for jobs and fight for an affordable cost of living for our people. Parliament could be recalled in 24 to 48 hours, and we're happy to cooperate with the government to get that done, because at the end of the day, it's about putting our country first.
Thank you. This concludes today's press conference.
I don't know what the fuck he expects Parliament to do. There's already a budget. The economic plan has already been put forward. The housing stuff, the plans for alleviating the tariffs already exist and have already been in place and have been functioning. They might need to be tweaked a little bit, but that's not really that's kind of a non-issue. So I don't know what the fuck he expects Parliament to fucking do. We're back to this thing where he seems to only answer, or he seems to only take 3 questions. Hey, I don't think he answered any of those 3 questions this time. Fine, whatever. At least we got through that one a lot faster. So I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and I want to see what some of the conservative premiers have said, since he seems to think the premiers should all be on the same page. Can you tell me, what page do you think this motherfucker is on? Because I'm not very clear, because he didn't seem to make it clear whether or not he thinks stopping negotiations is a good thing or a bad thing. All he did was repeat about the things he wants to happen in a negotiation that is now not currently a thing that's happening. So it seems to me that he said, fucking nothing? It's fucking nothing! Okay. So let me know what you think, and we're gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Good God. We're gonna look at what Doug Ford had to say. We're gonna look at what Premier Eby had to say. And then we're gonna look at 1 or 2 things that some of the American governors and individuals in the United States have had to say. I think 1 or 2 of the things includes the current president. So we will be right back. Okay. I've done a heckin' return. Welcome back. I got some water. Whew, it's a little bit toasty in here. I'm starting to... Alright. Hope everybody's having a good time. Welcome. If you're new here, stick around. Alright. So we've got... Let's watch... hold on. 25th. 22nd. Let's do these canonically. 22 hours ago. Okay. So we're gonna do premiere of British Columbia.
Joining me now is Dominic LeBlanc, the minister responsible for...
Shut up. We're gonna do the British Columbia premiere, David Eby, from August 22nd. So this is the same day that Pierre Poilievre spoke. All right, so this is roughly around the same time. Now, if I remember correctly, Eby is in the Conservative Party. So let's take a look. Let's take a look-see and see what he has to say, and see if he aligns with Pierre Poilievre, or see if he's like a little bit different, or if he's got his own ideas.
Hit by the companies they work for are about to be hit by 50% tariffs.
I believe they have a conservative right now. If I'm understanding correctly, British Columbia's situation is British Columbia is currently going through a polling shift where the NDP is currently polling very well and the Conservatives are losing. Is Eby NDP? I thought he was conservative. I thought the Conservatives won. Oh, then I have been corrected. Then we're gonna hear what Eby has to say, and he's NDP. So, perfect. Even better. I'll take it. Alright, my bad. My mistake. I could have sworn BC swung conservative this last election. I must be crazy. Alright, go on.
Are inexplicable and indefensible. There are many of those workers in British Columbia. They work for plywood companies, veneer companies. They produce products made from aluminum. They produce electronics products. They produce
this guy's really tall.
Seeds and shrubs and bulbs for gardeners. And they provide high quality products at an affordable price for Americans. And for doing that, they are now rightly, seriously concerned for their jobs.
Okay.
About 2 years ago, I shared with British Columbians my perspective that the Trump tariffs are an economic attack on our province and on our country. I think the recent developments in this negotiation, well, I hesitate to even call it that, with the
valid
president's team, by our hardworking team from the federal government. I think they've really revealed the true nature of what the Americans are seeking from the White House in terms of their relationship with Canada. The suggestion that Canada would not trade with other countries or reduce our trade with other countries because the Americans tell us to, would reduce us to the economic equivalent of the 51st state.
Yeah, it would turn us into a vassal state by all intents and purposes, right? It would turn us into a... Yeah, the Conservative Party in BC is doing really badly, yeah. They're having a really poor showing. Yeah, it would turn Canada into a vassal state of the United States. And here's the thing. In the past, if the United States tariffed somebody for like social reasons, like social reasons, or like tariffing Russia or China because of issues of like who wants to have power where on the global stage, Canada usually would historically has followed suit with the United States. And it's only in the last decade or so that we've started to pull that back, roll that back, roll that back. And in rolling that back, that's one of the, like, so Jean Chrétien kept us out of Iraq or Afghanistan, one of the two. I can't remember which one, because the other one was Article 4 that the United States called. But there's been times where Canada has been more inclined, economic sanctions. Like Canada usually would agree with and show a united front with the United States. And all this is trying to say that now you actually have to do it instead of choosing to do it yourself, which is an absurd thing. I agree with Evie here. It's an absurd thing to fucking even suggest. Yeah, no. Go away. Nobody asked you. Go on.
Never acceptable to Canadians. And the Prime Minister and his team rightly.
Mimi said, you can't even protect yourselves. I'm assuming you mean Canada can't protect itself. Protect itself from what? What are we supposed to be protecting ourselves from? Russia? China? The United States? The United States would definitively not win a war with Canada. The United States military complex does not have the capability of occupying Canada. They cannot. They're not able to. They do not have the resources to do so. And that is like, they don't have the resources to do so on a good day, let alone the resources to do so with Pete Hegseth running things. And let alone with the poor morale and the drought and the famine and all of the diseases in all of your food, the plagues. The United States right now is just being smashed in the face with every fucking horseman, right? They've got the rider of death rolling around, the rider of war rolling around. They've got plague and famine and disease. Like, they're fucked. They're the biblical levels of screwed. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but most Canadians do not view the United States as a military threat. Not a real one, anyway.
Walked away from any suggestion that we would agree to that.
Yeah.
Valid. In fact, as Canadians and as British Columbians, what we need to do is the complete opposite, and it's what we've been doing since this started.
At me, bro?
And even before then.
At me, bro?
We've been diversifying our markets.
Yeah.
We've been doing trade missions to other countries, opening trade offices, finding countries that want to trade with us because British Columbia and Canada has, in the Prime Minister's words, what the world wants. We're proud of that in British Columbia, and it is how our province has been able to grow despite a full frontal attack from our closest trading partner and, up until this point, our closest ally in the world.
So I would like to point out what he just said. Our province has been able to grow. Despite what Pierre Poilievre's claims are, despite what the Conservatives have been saying, the province has been able to grow in spite of. And if there's anything so Canadian, it is thriving through crisis and spiteful growth in spite of whatever the situation happens to be.
I have shared with the Prime Minister my commitment to the national project that we are on behalf of British Columbians, that British Columbians will stand strong with Canada, that we will do our part, that we understand our advantages in terms of our geographic positioning, the resources we have, and our people, and that we will use them.
For anybody who doesn't know where British Columbia is the Rocky Mountains. It is north of Washington State. It is between Washington and Alaska.
This to the advantage of the entire country to ensure that we weather this moment. It is clear that the current U.S. administration cannot be trusted. You just can't trust Trump. Even if an agreement had been signed, how long would it have lasted?
Valid
for long-term
question.
Economic security for British Columbians and Canadians, we have to strike out on our own. We have to stand on our own 2 feet. That was as true 2 years ago.
Just to be clear, if we're shipping canola oil, which is in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta, that's where that's generally grown, right? I think it's in Saskatchewan and Manitoba a little bit more, but regardless, it's going to go through British Columbia and then out from the ports in British Columbia outwards towards China. That's the direction that British Columbia is in. So British Columbia is giving Canada fantastic, amazing access to the entirety of the Asian market. That's where that is. So that is that geographically that portion of the world. Right? So like Japan, China, Taiwan, parts of India, but like India's kind of looped around in another way, but that side of the fucking everything, right? The other side, because Canada is lucky geographically that way, we can ship out the other direction to go towards Europe. So we get to you guys, we got both sides. We're double fisting this. We're getting squashed, man. And this is disregarding Hudson's Bay, which is directly attached to fucking Ontario and Manitoba and Quebec, which can use the Northwest Passage and gives great easy access north. Right? So we have great access, and then we have also down, we have the St. Lawrence River, which we talked about a little bit more yesterday. So there's that. So the only thing we don't really have, like, we don't have direct access to the Gulf of Mexico. That's like, where are we going to ship from the Gulf? I guess South America. South America is like our least easiest geographically accessed market. Because it's really not that big of a deal to go and loop past the United States into Mexico. Like, we don't need America to deal with Mexico. You know, like, to have fucking trade negotiations with Mexico.
When this unfair economic attack was launched on us by the United States as it is today, I'm very proud with how British Columbians and Canadians have responded. I am devastated by the impact that this will have on hardworking families in British Columbia and across the country for no reason. And we will work hard to ensure that those British Columbians are supported and work with the federal government to ensure all Canadians benefit from living in this incredible country as we build the strong Canada that our kids deserve. With that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
All right, basic, straightforward statement. He's gonna do some answering of questions. Before we go into that, I just want to show you guys real quick geographically what we're talking about, because again, this is geography is kind of like really matters when you're talking about like export, right? So British Columbia is right here. British Columbia is like from here to here, all the way across this little bit down here. Like, this is the most populated area, but it's got all this spot, right? So if we want to go to Mexico, we can just go whoop, like, right? If we want to go to like Havana and Dominican, we can go straight down, just straight down. If you're talking about what we're used to, is we're used to going out this direction. So there's the St. Lawrence River that comes out here, right? St. Lawrence River comes out right here. And there's Algeria, Portugal, Ireland, the United Kingdoms, France, Germany, Norway, Greenland's right up here. You wouldn't come out here to go to Greenland, though. You go up here, right? So this is Hudson's Bay. And Hudson Bay goes up, right? So what do we have up this direction? Well, we've got Greenland, we've got Ireland, we've got Norway, Sweden, Finland, right? We've got over here, we've got Russia, right? So that's what we got going on over there. And if we keep going this direction, you'll also see, let me just go out a little bit further. Poland, right there, Germany, France, Spain, UK, right? And then you've got a little bit of like Guinea and Ghana and Egypt. And like this is like this is a, you know what I mean? So this starts getting pretty far away. Like Iran is the other direction. So if let's go back north, right? Reset to north, please. Thank you. So if we go this direction, which is what we're talking about, which is BC right here, right? If we go this way, there's Japan. And this is all fucking open ocean. Straight shot from BC to Japan. South Korea, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Australia. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a long journey. There's Hawaii, by the way. There's a long fucking journey to get there, but there's Malaysia. All this area is just fucking open access for us from this direction. So I just wanted to give you guys an idea of what we're talking about when we're talking about this like global trade situation. All right, just to give you guys an idea. All right, Q&A.
Good afternoon. Thank you everyone for joining us here today. For media on the line, please press *1 to enter the queue for one question and one follow-up. I'll now turn it over to Travis with Global News.
Thanks for this, Premier. Wondering what this means for American liquor on our shelves.
Thanks, Travis.
The question that all the Canadians have: what about the liquor? What about the liquor, guys? What about our booze?
My message to the Prime Minister and to the American ambassador and to American politicians who have asked has always been the same. That once forest families who work in the forest sector in British Columbia are treated fairly, that we would be happy to put American booze back on the shelves. Obviously, that is not the case. And as long as this economic attack continues on our softwood sector, as long as it continues on our economy here in British Columbia, the booze will not be going back on the shelves. It's not a complicated message. It's a straightforward message. And I would like to see an outcome where our forest products have the same access to the U.S. market as EU forest products. Even Russian forest products have better access to the U.S. market right now than Canadian forest products. And in that environment, the idea that we would be stocking U.S. liquor is absurd.
Yeah, wondering what other...
It's absurd! On the other hand, go ahead. Put that shit back on the shelf. See who buys it.
retaliatory measures BC might have in mind? Are there any exports you're considering reducing or restricting, including electricity? Would you reduce sales to the U.S.?
Well, every possible tool, every weapon that can be deployed by the federal government in this economic war that is...
One of the main things that comes to mind when it comes to alcohol is opening trade amongst the provinces, because our trade is restrictive amongst ourselves, and getting that fixed and not gone entirely. I'm not saying get rid of any trade negotiations between the provinces to do what they want. What I'm saying is make trade easier and more accessible between the provinces. Then we can talk about, like, if you want variety in, like, wine, for example, then you can start. That'll be nice. Even just amongst ourselves, we have a lot of variety.
Is being waged on Canada is on the table for British Columbia. We are doing our part to try to identify ways in which we can support the federal effort to respond to these unfair and punitive tariffs that are going to make life more expensive for Canadians and hurt BC families, hurt Canadian families. And we know the federal government is doing work as well to identify sectors that they would like to tariff to respond to the president's unfair actions against Canadians. Whatever we can do in BC to support, we will. And we'll also work with the federal government to make sure that if BC has to bear a disproportionate burden, that we also see that support come back from the federal government in terms of making sure that businesses here are kept as whole as possible. There is no question that there will be economic pain associated with this. There already is. But it is necessary to stand up to a bully. And if you don't, they'll just keep coming back for more. And so I am fully supportive of the Prime Minister's approach here.
We'll now go to...
Good language. I'm going to call that a 75% answer, because he did not answer, like, what specific things were going to be being used, which was part of the question. But I think that I think he mostly answered that question without giving away any specifics.
Jack with City News.
Thank you, Premier. I'm wondering, you described this as an economic war. What are we doing to help support the businesses here on the home front who might specifically be have their livelihoods put in jeopardy with these new tariffs?
Yeah, thanks, Jack. One of the key topics of conversation in the First Minister's meeting with the Prime Minister and Minister LeBlanc was supporting businesses that are affected by these new tariffs, particularly given that these are small.
I'm sorry, there was a minister's meeting before they all went out to do their talks. Fascinating. Great. That's good. I think I like that. Was Pierre Poilievre there? Because he seems confused.
and medium-sized businesses, the businesses that are likely to be most affected by this in British Columbia might have 20 to 50 employees. They don't have huge resources to navigate complicated bureaucratic processes in order to be able to access federal supports. And so one of the messages that I was glad to hear the Prime Minister...
He wasn't there because he doesn't have the security clearance valid.
Raises that they're looking at ways to deliver federal support for affected businesses in ways that are more accessible to smaller businesses with less bureaucracy and application process. So that'll be a key part of our work with the federal government to harmonize our efforts with theirs and to make sure they're as available as possible for some of the smallest enterprises in BC that'll be affected by this.
You mean the Liberals and the NDP are trying to do less bureaucracy and put less limitations on businesses? That's crazy. They're not just purposefully targeting shifting money upwards to big business. They're trying to target smaller businesses to make the market more competitive and to build a healthier economy. That's crazy.
Thank you. We know that this is an urgent matter. We've seen the trade talks, really be going full speed for the past while. This is their closest trading partner. You mentioned maybe not necessarily their closest ally anymore, but just with how significant this is and how important it is to reach a resolution. But your characterization of Trump as a bully, inability to trust any deal that is reached, is our best play here to punt and wait until a new administration is in office? And, can we hold on for another 2 years?
This is a valid question. Does Canada just try to wait it out for a new administration, or because I think the answer to that is obviously already no. We're already diversifying the market. We're already circumventing the United States when it comes to supply lines. Like this has already been answered in my humble opinion. But when it comes to how we're going to approach specifically the United States, are we going to wait for a new are we going to wait for the new administration, or are we going to continue to try to do negotiations within the next year or two? I think is a valid question.
These are important questions. I think the reality for workers in Canada is that they are being hurt by this, just like Americans are being hurt by higher prices, and it's also affecting American businesses and slowing the growth of their economy. So everybody's being hurt by this, which is why it was important for the Prime Minister and for Minister LeBlanc to work with Washington and try to find a path forward for an agreement to minimize the harm. The reality that manifested that there couldn't be an agreement, that we couldn't agree to the terms the Americans were put forward, was unfortunate. It's bad news for everybody in North America, without question. The message that I've been delivering on behalf of British Columbians and that I've heard from my colleagues across the country is that no deal is better than a bad deal. A bad deal runs the risk of entrenching a set of tariffs and charges and capitulations that will be very hard to undo in the long term.
Yes.
And the default...
I am very happy that he spelled that out, because that's been being said, but not in such clear terms. Perfect. Perfect.
The last 4 decades plus in Canada has been an open, free trading relationship with the United States. It's what brings benefits to all of us. And so ultimately, my hope is, that with a change in administration or a change in approach from this administration following the electoral impacts that they're seeing currently, that we'll be able to get to a place of stability. But I think the idea that our relationship with the United States is going to go back to what it was is folly. It has changed. It will not go back. And as a result, we have to do the uncomfortable but necessary work of reaching out and increasing our trade diversification around the world to ensure that we will not be held hostage in the way that the president is trying to right now by the fact that we've been willing to integrate with the American economy to the extent that we did.
Perfect. Perfect answer. No notes.
We'll go to the phone lines next, starting with Mike from the Globe and Mail. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. You touched on the demand to have a say in Canadian trade. What were other demands that were deal breakers for you?
There were a couple of components that were important to me, Mike. First of all, British Columbia, our manufacturers when they use metal products, they often use American steel or steel from other parts of the world because it's very expensive to ship steel across Canada. And so
that's a problem. That is one of the reasons why trade between the provinces needs to be dealt with and why we need better supply lines and trains in Canada. Right? He exactly just made the fucking point. And one of the things that I showed you, I don't know if you noticed in British Columbia, the Rocky Mountains make getting to the other side of British Columbia that hits the ocean is difficult to traverse. It's difficult to traverse. It's difficult to build roads and trains through that area, or, a pipeline, for example. It's really, really difficult to build through that. So, doing stuff and building that infrastructure and doing those projects is very, very valuable to Canada because we should be building and utilizing Canadian steel where we can, and we should be supporting ourselves where we can. But in some of these places, we can't because we don't have the infrastructure to do so. So resolving that infrastructure issue is important.
Our manufacturing sector has already taken a significant hit around steel. So in terms of discussion around additional tariffs on steel internationally coming to Canada, that would have a direct effect on manufacturers, so some accommodation for that. Bit of a technical issue, but an important one for manufacturers in our province, and an important one in terms of infrastructure in the province. But the key issue for me, and the dominant one, has been the completely unfair, bizarre national security threat to the United States that apparently our lumber sector presents to them. The fact that our wood products can only access the U.S. market at tariff rates that exceed the tariff rates charged to Russia is profoundly unfair. And there was not a world in which British Columbia would be putting U.S. booze back on the shelf if there wasn't constructive and meaningful progress on reducing those tariffs for our timber sector. It's completely unfair. It's bizarre. It's costing jobs in the U.S. and it's driving up costs for people who just want to do a renovation on their home, build a deck, or build a place to live in the United States. And so the message from us was pretty clear. The softwood lumber tariffs needed to be a key part of the discussion and had to be showing progress in order to be able, for British Columbia to be able to put U.S. booze back on the shelf.
Do you have a follow-up, Mike?
Always, thanks. Another thing is, a couple days ago, you missed the First Minister's meeting. Can you explain how and why that happened and whether that had any impact?
Yeah, these are meetings that are called on short notice. I was in an area of what I would describe as spotty internet and cell service. For example, this morning's meeting, 3 premiers attended through deputy premiers. The deputy premier was able to attend. I wasn't able to attend in the way that I wanted to for such an important meeting, and I think she did a good and capable job of it. In order to receive the update from the Prime Minister, it's not my understanding that that led to the collapse in the trade negotiations.
We'll go next to Thomas with Bloomberg.
So Feline says, I think that is weird, Canadian lumber, right? If Canadian lumber cannot be sold to the United States, then it would try to sell domestically surplus of wood, cheaper products for renovations. No, not necessarily. Like he said, it's really expensive to ship things across Canada. It's really expensive. There's not really and if you look, okay, hold on. Let me pull up Google Earth again. Just, please hold. This is, again, there's a lot of geographical information about Canada and the way it's laid out that makes it, if you don't know these things, you're not gonna really understand. So please bear with me. Okay, let's go back to Canada, right? And like I think it's important. I just think it's important. Okay, look at this. Look at Canada. Lumber, every lumber. There's woods everywhere. There's no real reason to ship from British Columbia, the far side of the Rocky Mountains, British Columbia, to harvest lumber and then ship it to Alberta when the northern part of Alberta is fucking woods. This is all fucking trees, man. There's fucking trees everywhere. We got lumber for days. That's all fucking trees. It's all green, brother. There's so much lumber. We got so much fucking wood. So even, maybe it would be fine for BC itself to ship amongst itself, but it would already be doing that. So like they're gonna want to ship it out of British Columbia. Can each provide their own? Not quite. So like mostly, but like there's a lot of lumber in Quebec. Like Quebec does a lot of lumber, and a lot of these areas are protected as well, or they're farmed specifically. So like for example, Algonquin Park, if I can get a moose. Where's Algonquin Park? Is it going to be labeled on here? I don't know. There's Kapuskasing. It should be right here, shouldn't it? Northern Provincial Park, Forks Complex, the reserves. And part of these, the other things is that those things have to go through treaties, right? So our First Nation treaties have to be respected and dealt with accordingly. Anytime you're doing anything like that. Where the fuck is Algonquin? Polar Bear Provincial Park. Bro, I want to go to Polar Bear Provincial Park. Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. Algonquin Park. Oh, it's way further south than I thought it was. Algonquin Park, for example, this motherfucker gets logged, but it does not it gets farmed, right? So they don't go in and clear cut, but what they do is they take out sections and they log out specific sections, and then by the time they go all the way around, they will go and it'll be 100 years. They're basically, the way you do corn farming is the way we farm Algonquin Park. So like, but it's like on a 100-year cycle as opposed to like a 3-year cycle, which I think corn is on. So, for example. And yeah, Red Cedar makes a good point that not all lumber is the same, right? Well, there's also that. But okay, let's go on. Moving on.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Hi, Premier. You said a few weeks ago that it isn't right that the US should tariff forestry, but also seek Canadian critical minerals at the same time. And listening to Premier Ford this morning, he was also talking about Canada's mineral wealth. Is there some specific idea that you are batting around with other premiers and the Prime Minister around using them as leverage, either export taxes or some other kinds of controls?
Thanks for the question, Thomas. I just note the absurdity of the current U.S. position. You know, the ambassadors up here holding meetings with mining companies, trying to find secure supply chains for American business that will feed in the rare earth elements, the minerals and metals that they need to be.
I mean, the people of the United States voted in somebody who was going to treat the United States as a business. So, I mean, it tracks. It tracks that they're stupid.
Be able to produce their products to grow their economy, and doing that at the exact same time as the president is attacking key sectors of the Canadian economy and the British Columbia economy. The idea that you can simultaneously attack Canadians and also benefit from what's in Canada, which the rest of the world also wants, is an absurd one. It makes no sense. And it is reflective of this administration's entire approach to their relationship with Canada. They want to have all the benefits of a relationship with Canada, but they also...
Absurd and makes no sense is definitively Trump's foreign policy.
Want to punish Canadian workers, to bully us, to tell us who we can trade with. It is the definition of an abusive relationship. They cannot have a positive relationship with Canada and benefit from what is in this country, while at the same time attacking us, running us down, and saying that they want to take us over. That contradiction is one that needs to be addressed in terms of the American administration, because from my perspective, in terms of Canada having what the world needs, we got lots of other dance partners out there. And we'll be doing a lot of work here in British Columbia. I know the federal government will, to be expanding our trade around the world. And the Americans can make up a decision about where they'd like to go. But that'll be without Canada, in my opinion.
Do you have a follow-up, Thomas?
In my opinion.
Yeah, no, thank you for that answer, Premier. So is there any kind of control or restriction being contemplated, or is it
I'm Canadian.
more about more aggressively pursuing other customers for copper, nickel, iron, all these things?
I feel like this was kind of already
As I
answered,
said
but
before, every tool is on the table for British Columbia.
Hey!
We are fully supportive
we love our European allies.
of
Friends!
the federal government's effort to identify sectors that will bring to the attention of the Americans the importance of our trade relationship and how it benefits all of us. Because the Americans, to put it politely, are taking us for granted.
Cooked.
And they don't clearly understand how significant and entrenched our relationship is and how much they benefit from it. I'm full speed.
There are talks about Europe coming up and the European Union coming up in Canada soon. By soon, I mean like within the next months.
Ahead in terms of how can British Columbia help? How can we pitch into this federal effort across the country to get the Americans' attention as they levy 50% tariffs on sectors in Canada that will cost jobs here and will cost Americans more money at the end of the day. And
oh, hell yeah, come to Canada for the holidays. You let me know when, like what time frame and where you're looking at. Don't dox yourself, but let me know like what province you're going to and like what time of year you're going to, and I'll tell you what to look out for.
Critical minerals are certainly part of that. We can't have a country.
We meet the geographical requirement with Denmark.
That wants increased security and stability for themselves while creating instability and uncertainty in British Columbia and Canada.
There's nothing to say that they also won't change that that in the future or make adjustments or exceptions.
We'll go next to Alyssa with the Fraser Valley Today. Go ahead, Alyssa.
Hi, thank you. So how is the province supporting BC's especially trade-exposed cities like Abbotsford, which...
I don't... Okay, just to be clear, I do not think... I do not think Canada will join the EU as a full EU member. I don't think that's what's going to happen. However, I do see the EU and Canada coming to a very, very almost may as well be joining the European Union agreement that is a separate agreement. That's kind of what I'm suspecting is going to happen. It's probably going to have a little bit of tweaks. It's going to have a little bit of things that are slightly different or have slightly different adjustments, but I think that's going to... that might be a... I think that's probably the direction it's going to go in.
More than 90% of local exporters mainly ship out to the U.S.
We're already EU light, though. So if they're going to make any changes, we're kind of already EU light. So I think we're going to get a little bit more integrated, but we'll see.
It's an important question, and on our math, British Columbia is one of the most exposed provinces to this recent round of tariffs, and overall in Canada, one of the most exposed to the Americans' trade war against us to date since Trump took office. The disproportionate impact on British Columbia of the president's actions, as well as the disproportionate impact on our province of federal counter tariffs, particularly on steel and metal products, is a conversation that we've been engaged in with the Prime Minister regularly. It did lead to the Prosperity Agreement and the significant work by the federal government to support British Columbia critical infrastructure development of major investment projects that we are very proud of that will assist with trade. All of those pieces work together, and we will have to work closely with the federal government on ensuring that Abbotsford businesses, the businesses in every corner of British Columbia that engage in export that are affected by this, are supported through this challenging time. I struggle to believe that this current approach from the United States will last, given the impact on costs it's having on consumers there. This is a 50% tax on Americans on plywood and veneer as just one example. But it is reality now, and it will cost jobs now, and so those businesses need support now. The Prime Minister understands that clearly. I underlined British Columbia's position in our conversation this morning about the supports that are needed, and I feel that the federal government gets it, and they'll be here for those businesses in partnership with the province.
Do you have a follow-up, Alyssa?
Yeah, are there any interprovincial measures being taken to support those smaller businesses?
Yes, the provincial trade ministers are meeting next week.
The Trans-Canada trains are really cool. I've never ridden them, and I really want to as well.
British Columbia will continue to advocate for free trade across the country, including support for other provinces joining the Western Free Trade Agreement that we have with other provinces in Western Canada, and also support for the federal government creating an opt-in structure where other provinces.
I don't know why the EU wouldn't, in the new quote-unquote world order situation, or the reshuffling of global economics, why the EU would not potentially want to reconsider Morocco.
Provinces can opt in for free trade across the country. We need to be our own best customer. We need to be buying from each other, and it's something British Columbia is a strong supporter of that will benefit BC businesses without question.
Okay, we have time for one last question, and we'll go to Jared with Sitka Media.
Hi, Premier. So everyone's made it pretty clear that the issue is with the American government, not with the people. But there are a number of American investors in BC resource projects who might support the current administration. You said everything is on the table. Would you consider maybe limiting the ability of those who are propping up this administration to invest in BC's resources?
So there's already a little bit of an adjustment that's happening to that by the federal government's Buy Canada First situation. So that might be something that's already been taken care of. I don't know how much he's going to have to say about that.
The key interest and the key value that I think British Columbians would support, and I think that Canadians support, is that we're all going to work together as a country to do two things. One is to strengthen ourselves as a country so that we're less dependent on the United States and our kids don't find themselves in a similar position ever.
I didn't see this comment come up, but Autumn Meep in the chat said, I suspect that such an almost but not quite EU agreement will be better for Canada. The EU sometimes drags itself down and different needs of with the different needs of each country. Canada might need more independence. Yeah, I agree with that. I think Canada needs to remain independent. I think if we were to join the EU, it would undermine a lot of like the sovereignty rhetoric that's been going around and the position we've been putting ourselves in as a energy superpower to ourselves, unto ourselves, by having the resources that everybody wants and everybody needs. Now, part of that comes with danger, right? When you have everything everybody wants, people are going to come here to fight for it, right? So that you have to be prepared for that, and that's one of the reasons why we're investing more in our military. But if we have militaristic ties to other countries and we're helping with that, it's a balancing act, right? So I don't see us becoming a full EU member, but I do see us adjusting and changing our deals with Europe. For example, being the only country, as far as I know right now, that is part of the Rearmament of Europe project. Stuff like that. Encouraging trade, encouraging travel, encouraging education, and encouraging working permits, and maybe having special working permits that are available to Canadians, and yeah, like work-free visas, stuff like that. Stuff like that I can see us getting. I could see that definitely and almost definitively being a thing that ends up happening. It's just going to be probably a year or two down the line. I lost my mouse. Where'd I go? Where am I? There we go.
Again. And that's in trade diversification, it's building up our infrastructure, and so on. The other piece is man, is it frustrating to have a country that gets so much good stuff from Canada and then turns around and treats us like something they found on the bottom of their shoe. And so we need to send a message to them to stop taking Canada, stop taking British Columbia and all the provinces and territories.
Yeah, Gordmay makes a good point. BC Copper Company hired Kristi Noem. Yeah, that's an issue.
For granted. And whatever tools are available to do that, British Columbia is game for that. And I have expressed that to the Prime Minister. He and his team are putting together an initial list. We're providing feedback to them. And we will support that effort There will be pain involved, and we will work with the federal government in mitigating that as best we can. But it is nothing compared to what we would face in the long term becoming a colony of the U.S.
Colony.
The issue is very much about ensuring fair treatment for British Columbians and Canadians.
And one of the ways that BC in particular can end its reliance on the U.S. is to have more value-added manufacturing. Minister Parmar, he talked about that a little bit a few weeks ago, but given these recent developments, is that something you're going to be pushing more for?
Yeah, thanks. And that's an important question. You know, this newest set of tariffs that has just taken effect squarely targets a sector of the wood economy in British Columbia that we've been trying to build up, which is manufacturing.
I would like to point out that the tariffs that Trump is talking about putting in retaliation, because we're not negotiating more, the tariffs that he talked about adding, I should just say, aren't supposed to take effect until January.
Trying to get more jobs per tree for the forest sector. We've had good success in that. We've supported additional investment from forest companies to buy equipment to be able to build things like furniture, flooring, building materials from wood products, create more jobs. And this new tariff targets that specifically. So for a sector that is already feeling significant strain of low global prices, to have this new tariff is quite devastating for those companies that put that foot forward. But it also underlines how absolutely crucial it is that we're building relationships with other countries to increase that trade, and how important the free trade agreement, for example, with India is. India has a 10% tariff on Canadian wood products. A free trade agreement with India opens that entire market up to Canadian wood products. So this is the kind of work that we're pushing for, recognizing that the United States under this president will be an unreliable trading partner for the near term, and all we can hope is not for the long term.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes today's event.
All right. What are your thoughts? I think he answered the questions for the most part. I think there were one or two he kind of sidestepped slightly, but I didn't think they were unreasonable sidesteps. Like, what specific parts are you going to tariff in British Columbia? Because that's going to be answered in the next day or two. There'll be a release. In fact, the release is already out. Like, we already know what it is. But I don't think we did as of this video. He's a far cry from listening to Pierre Poilievre. I'll give him that. I like listening to him. He's reasonable. He's forward. He seems to know what he's talking about at the very least. And he doesn't seem to be full of shit. So I'm going to give us a quick break. We'll be right back, and we're going to look at what Doug Ford had to say, because he went to Fox News. So that'll be interesting. So we will be right back. Don't forget to like, follow, share, subscribe, potentially become a member. See you momentarily. Okay, we back, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, brother. All right, we got to get through this. We're almost done. We got 2 more things to watch. And they're not like super duper long, I don't think. Yeah, they're not long at all. All right, so this is Doug Ford. It was nice seeing you, Autumn. Have a good day. Okay, so this is Doug Ford went on to Fox News. And this was on August 25th. So same time, same day. Yeah, I took the stretch. I could stretch more, but, you know. Let's get going.
Canada is set to announce retaliatory tariffs at the top of the hour. And now I'm pleased to welcome someone to the show who knows a lot about this issue.
I just want just real quick, I just want to point out, this is the photo that Fox News decided to put with this story. This is Fox. This is Fox Business. That I just want to point out that that's the picture that they picked. And yeah, no, it is smart for him to go on Fox News, yes. Doug Ford's not stupid.
The hour, and now I'm pleased to welcome someone to the show who knows a lot about this issue. Ontario Premier Doug Ford. Premier Ford, welcome to Varney and Company.
Well, thanks so much for having me on. It's great to see you again, Lydia. I know we met at the Gordie Howe Bridge not too long ago.
We sure did. I want to get straight to this because at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock, we are expecting a big announcement from Canadian officials who will be discussing retaliatory tariffs against the United States. Premier Ford, you have been very clear with respect to what you want to happen. You've called for dollar for dollar, tariff for tariff response. Tell us, what can we expect to hear at 11 o'clock, and will it meet your demands?
It will. We're working closely with the Prime Minister and the other premiers, I believe, and dollar for dollar.
Sorry, Steak is asking, wasn't he the guy that had a fight in Canadian Parliament once? Bro, that happens all the time. that's just a thing that happens.
For tariff, we are under unprovoked attack by President Trump. I always say, Canadians, myself, we love the American people. We love the U.S.
Yeah, fist fights are not that uncommon. Like fucking the Parliament can get crazy.
And it's unfortunate that President Trump has taken this avenue. We're stronger together. I always say, we're stronger together. Let's build Fortress North America. Let's create more jobs on both sides of the border. This is hurting the American people. Hurting the auto sector that's cost $110 billion. And it's going to, basically, you're going to see layoffs in the auto sector in the U.S. So,
yeah, valid. And just straight up calling it as it is to the Fox News audience. I would point out, so I have a couple things that Doug Ford has done that I'm not a fan, right? That, like, I live in the province that he's the premier of, and there are issues here that need to be resolved. I also suspect that if the option was there, because I think he's a bit of an opportunist, by bit I mean a lot of an opportunist, he would throw us under the bus pretty fast. However, because that opportunity is not beneficial enough to him, it has not happened, and because it's beneficial for him to not do that, I think he's actually, incidentally, ended up doing quite a good job in his posturing against Donald Trump for the most part.
Well, I'd rather make a great deal and support the American people, support the Canadians, and we're stronger together. You have two choices. Either go to your enemy, China, and get the critical minerals and the rare earth minerals off them, or your closest friend and ally and your number one customer in the world, Canada is.
Premier, I want to ask...
I would also like to point out that geographically, going all the way to China to get something that is literally right next door is just economically stupid. That's like just economic stupidity. You're just wasting money.
You more about what you've called for, though, in response to our tariffs, which is, recently you've discussed cutting off America from critical minerals, energy, surcharges on energy, to try to hurt America. But Premier, wouldn't that hurt the people of Canada more? When you're talking about relative pain, what about your energy producers? Wouldn't that make them suffer by removing us as a reliable customer?
It would, so assuming that we couldn't find another customer, it would make energy in Ontario and Quebec and New Brunswick dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. And comparatively, it would shut down like the northeast quarter of the United States power. Like, if you want to talk about relative pain about what would happen, yeah, like the UK would fucking buy it like that, and they'd pay good money for it too.
Well, Lydia, it works both sides of the border. It's going to hurt the American people when you tariff goods. I always say a tariff on Canada is a tax on the American people, and it's proven that. I would rather make a great deal for both countries that will allow both countries to thrive and prosper. President Trump ran on creating more jobs. Actually, job numbers fell in the U.S. as Ontario saw 52,000 jobs last month. We have a strong and resilient economy. Canada.
Ontario created more jobs in Ontario in the last year than the United States. It's fucking, the number is crazy.
Canada buys more goods and products and services off the U.S. than any other country in the world. Why would you want to attack your number one customer? And yes, the U.S. is our number one customer.
And we are buying, and we are also, Premier, to your point, sorry to step on you there, but we are also buying most of Canada's goods from you, from your nation. which leads to the deficit that is a concern to President Trump. And he's concerned about how our American farmers are being treated, Premier. Vice President J.D. Vance just pointed out yesterday that, in his view, Chinese
Sorry, before he goes into this thing about farmers, the farmers are not in the United States, are not getting screwed over by Canada. They're getting screwed over by their own president. It's not us fucking them in this regard at all. We talked about the surplus a little bit more yesterday, but just briefly, the surplus is sort of just fake news from Donald Trump. It's just rhetoric. Because once you start including a bunch of other factors, it's like this surplus is next to nonsense.
Vice President J.D. Vance just pointed out yesterday that, in his view, Chinese farmers are treated better by Canada than how Canada treats the American farmer.
Was there a citation for that? Based off what?
Do you agree with that?
That is totally untruthful.
Why wouldn't we treat both American and Chinese farmers decently? I don't know why we wouldn't be decent to Chinese farmers. It's not like Chinese farmers have done anything wrong to Canada recently. Like, I know that there's a lot of like ancestral beef on that side of the world between the handful of countries over there where maybe the farmers were a little bit more problematic amongst themselves to each other. But like, I don't know why in 2026 Canada would explicitly treat Chinese farmers poorly, like why we would target them specifically for any real reason. So I don't know what the fuck JD Vance is talking about, and I remiss to think that JD Vance also knows what JD Vance is talking about.
I'll give you the facts. The facts are we buy more agricultural products than anyone in the world. We're tied with Mexico, actually. We keep your farmers' farms open by shipping the potash. There's nowhere else you can get the potash outside of Russia. So 90% of our potash for the agricultural sector comes from Saskatchewan. And we want to send more goods, more opportunities to the American people.
Do Chinese farmers also face tariffs of upwards of 200% or more like American farmers are treated?
I don't know where you're getting the 200% tariffs, but that's not accurate. We buy more products, more agriculture.
Yeah, I want a citation on that 200%. Let me look. Hold on. 200%, because I think I have an idea. Tariff on American farm goods. I think it's the dairy. Like, I'm assuming it's the dairy, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. It has to be the dairy. So, in CUSMA, the current deal that exists between Canada, Canada, the United States, and Mexico, right? Each country calls it something different, but between that deal, there was negotiated by Donald Trump if the dairy products that the United States farmers are selling to Canada exceed a certain number, from that number upwards gets tariffed 250%. Okay? So there's a volume threshold. They've never reached it. Yes, Feline, exactly. They've never reached that volume. They have never actually been tariffed 250% because the volume is so high and the American farmers have never reached that amount of output and export to us. They've never hit that number. So they've never actually ever been tariffed that amount. If they were to ever reach that amount, they're not tariffed retroactively. They're only tariffed anything beyond that amount. Beyond that amount. So yeah, no American farmers are getting tariffed 200% of anything. That's just not real. That's not happening. That is what I do believe Donny Boy likes to call fake news.
Agricultural products than anyone in the entire world. We're tied with Mexico. So I want to buy more products. I want to ship more products down to the U.S. and create more jobs.
What is her mouth
We've
doing?
seen the cost of goods.
I want to
Yeah,
ask
go
you
ahead.
about that deal that you're talking about. You said you're open to a deal. I do wanted to ask you about some of the rhetoric that we've seen exchanged between you and President Trump. You know, just today, President Trump is posting on
Did Doug Ford told Trump to kiss his ass?
Truth Social, talking about changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America, Premier.
Yeah, well,
but
you know,
also,
None of us care.
just yesterday, you were throwing some barbs as well. You know, you were saying that.
Yeah, Donald Trump brought up my dead brother, so I told him to kiss my ass. Go on.
President Trump could kiss a certain part of your anatomy. You have called him a dictator and a loser. You've even said that
He
you
is a
just
loser.
don't like him. Premier, I'm wondering,
He's
is
not even
this
shying away from
rhetoric
it. He's like, yeah.
productive?
no, I think it got a little heated yesterday. That's after, you know, he's throwing out names. He's famous for attacking everyone, famous for attacking Canadian sovereignty. And Canadians love Americans. I feel bad for the auto workers of Michigan and Ohio and Texas
Ooh,
and
redirect.
Kentucky that are going to lose their jobs because we buy 400% more autos than any country in the entire world. Now you've seen the
Yo, things are gonna get cooked when Canadians stop buying fucking American cars. That's gonna go crazy hard. You really want to know when fucking things have gotten real? It's when fucking Canadians stopped buying Kraft dinner. That we're gonna put Kraft out of business.
20%.
Premier, I hear your
Oh.
concern there, and it sounds like you want to make a deal. You have said that. Would you be
Yes.
willing to talk about how to treat the American farmer better in trade moving
Like
forward?
what? By how? Not continuing to
can
not
talk-
tariff them 200%? Well, yeah, let's continue not doing the thing that you think we're doing. Yeah, good deal, guys. Let's change nothing. Cool.
Talking about American farmers when we're your number one customer. So I'm not too sure how you square that circle. We buy more agricultural products than anywhere in the world, tied with Mexico, and we want to buy more and we want to ship more, no matter if it's our aluminum or our steel or our high-grade nickel that we ship down, and aluminum as well, and so on and so forth. So I think the best thing to do is get a deal.
Premier Ford, so great to have you. We'll be waiting.
You know what, like, decent job to Ford for not, like, for actually just getting his answers out, even though they were kind of repetitive, but that's because he went there to do a message, right? He didn't go there to fucking thing. But yeah, Steak makes a good point and says, Europeans don't buy American cars, Chinese ain't buying those. Most of Europe does not buy American cars, and part of that has to do with the way their streets are laid out. The American cars are designed for American roads, and so they don't really match the cityscapes of a lot of Europe. So they just straight up don't fucking fit. So that's one of the reasons why the market is so, like, generally closed to the American automotive sector. But at the same time, Canada isn't like that. Canada has very similar city structures where a lot of things have been built around the usage of cars. So Canada is the main market, export market of American cars. But if Canada stops buying American cars and we affect the American car distribution and automotive sector the same way we affected and have affected both the alcohol industry and the traveling, like the tourism, American tourism, we've tanked American tourism by Canadians just not traveling this year to America, and we did it last year too, and we're gonna do it again. And so if we add the American automotive market into this, they're cooked. They're going to implode on themselves. They're not even going to be able to, like, they're not going to be able to stay in business alone, and they're going to have to buy shit that's been manufactured in Canada anyway. Give it fucking 2-3 years. Like, toast. Completely toasted. Canada should adopt European cars and install bike lanes everywhere. So we've been working on bike lanes, particularly where I am in Ontario. We've been working on getting more bike lanes, changing the way we're building our cities and making them more walkable and having more closed off areas. I do know Nova Scotia has worked on that as well. Some of their downtown is walk only. Things like that. Trains are something that we do have infrastructure that we're building out to get and have in the near future. It's still going to take time, though, to get that kind of infrastructure done. So we're looking at, like, Canada is going to look very, very different 10 years from now. Very, very, very different. And I, for one, hope I live long enough to see it, because that would be great. I want to see. I want to see what it's going to look like. Normally I'm tentatively optimistic about a lot of things. I'm a little bit more than tentatively optimistic. I would probably say I'm just adjacent to properly optimistic about that kind of stuff. Bike lanes with 6 months of winter. Oh, well, depends on where you are. But yes, basically, short answer, yes. Just get winter tires for your bikes. All right, so the last one we have to look at today is the trade minister, Matt LeBlanc, who is now back from the United States. He was in the United States doing the negotiations, and he was recalled. And we're like, hey, fuck you. So we also have one from 1 hour ago that we can look at. Well, we're probably not going to work that today, but Scott Moe, who is the premier of Saskatchewan, has also now made a statement, but it's an hour long, so we're probably not going to get to it today. So let's just get into this one. This one's not as long, so let's see.
Joining me now is Dominic LeBlanc, the minister responsible for U.S.-Canada trade, who had been leading the Canadian side of the recent trade negotiations. We're so glad that you're with us today. Thank you for being here. I'd like to start.
So for anybody who's not sure, this is NBC News that this is happening on.
With these retaliatory dollar-for-dollar tariffs on the U.S., Canada is calling this a proportional response. But on the tariffs, Canada faces a much more significant impact because your economy is smaller than the U.S. economy. It's $32 trillion on the U.S. side, which is 13 times bigger than Canada's. So what I'm trying to get at here is, can Canada win a trade war against the United States?
Bitch, we've been winning. We've been winning. We haven't been losing, my guy. At least it doesn't feel like it to me. Your question.
Kelly, we'll see the judgment over the next number of weeks. But for us, it's not about winning a trade war. It's about protecting Canadian industries and Canadian workers.
Yes, but it's a Canadian vibe. The vibe of Canadian people is spite. We operate off of spite. Spite is an incredible motivator for Canadians. We're petty, spiteful, grudge-holding little shits. and that's our motivation for, like, fuck you. Oh, did I call him Matt? Sorry, Dominic LeBlanc. Sorry, I don't know why I'm
facing
Ignore me.
An additional wave of 50% tariffs that President Trump imposed on the weekend. We had been clear publicly and with our American counterparts that if we weren't able to get to an agreement, Canadians expected the government of Canada to take the steps necessary to protect those very industries that President Trump has decided to tariff in terms of our exports.
Okay, so this says notable Canada retaliatory tariffs on U.S. effective September 8th. So these aren't in place yet. That'll be next week sometime. Steel goes to 50% from 25%, aluminum 50%, pulp and paper at 50%, appliances at 25%, agricultural equipment at 25%, and cheese at 25%. We're coming for your cheese, guys. You ain't getting shit we got all the good cheese. You're getting none. No poutine cheese curds for you.
To the United States. So you can imagine what President Trump would have done in a similar situation. He would have had a firm response. Canadians expect the government of Canada to do the same thing. But all of this is regrettable and, in our view, unnecessary in the sense that we started the position with a free trade agreement, the USMCA that President Trump had negotiated in his first term. We had built over decades an economy very much integrated with the United States. We thought it's in the economic interest of both countries and still believe that that's the case. But if the United States is doing this to Canadian workers and Canadian businesses, and the government of Canada has a responsibility to take what steps we can to protect them.
One of the things I'd like to drill down on is that there are potentially 100,000 Canadian jobs that could be lost because of U.S. tariffs, and the GDP would take a...
I think that was a fine answer because he's not there to argue.
hit. What is it about this that you think is worse than what had been talked about when these talks fell apart?
So when the talks fell apart,
I'm not sure I understand the question. I just need to listen to that again. I don't think I understood what she's asking.
One of the things I'd like to drill down on is that there are potentially 100,000 Canadian jobs that could be lost because of U.S. tariffs, and the GDP would take a hit. What is it?
I think that number might be like if we did nothing, right? Like if we did nothing and had no other trade with anybody else and had no deals with anyone or any incoming automotive-esque infrastructure. I'm not sure about that number. I don't think that number's. I want a citation on where they're getting that number from. But like, I guess if we did nothing and do nothing and just get punched in the face over and over again, sure, I guess we would lose a lot of jobs.
About this that you think is worse than what had been talked about when these talks fell apart?
So when
I don't understand the question. These jobs could be lost. So what about this is worse? What about losing that many jobs is worse than taking what deal? What? I don't understand this question at all.
Because of U.S. tariffs, and the GDP would take a hit. What is it about this that you think is worse than what had been talked about when these talks fell apart?
So when the talks fell apart on Friday last week, we were facing the threat under Section 338 of these 50% tariffs on a basket of about 28 billion Canadian dollars of exports. That's in addition, Kelly, to the Section 232 tariffs, which the United States government applied to steel, aluminum, automobile producers, in our case, the softwood lumber industry. So all of these sectors of our
So there's him saying that it's America enforcing these tariffs that are ridiculous and unreasonable in the first place.
Economy that had become progressively over decades, as I said, more integrated with the United States in a very positive way to make North America more competitive. We're suddenly facing these suite of American tariffs. So the circumstance is such that the government of Canada decided, in terms of retaliatory tariffs, sure, to do what we can to try and protect these sectors of our economy. We also announced a series of support measures for businesses and workers who, as you said, might be facing layoffs, businesses that are suddenly facing huge financial headwinds through no fault of their own. This is a circumstance that the United States government has created. Canadians expect their national government to stand up and try and defend them in every way possible. That's what we're doing.
One of the levers that Canada has does deal with energy, and Ontario's Premier Doug Ford has floated the idea of limiting Canadian energy and critical minerals to the U.S. Do you believe that's something that...
Limiting? Bitch, he said he was going to turn it off. Limiting it to zero. Goofy.
Should be done now?
I can understand why Americans do not, like people from the United States, do not take their journalists seriously. Like, do not take their news shows seriously. Like, what an absurd thing to fucking say.
No.
This would have a big impact on Americans.
Yeah, but we're not, Kelly, we're not looking to escalate this circumstance. As I said, we're doing what any sovereign country would do faced with this economic threat, is take the measures necessary to protect our own economy. We're diversifying our trading relationships with other partners. We're developing big critical mineral projects, infrastructure in Canada to better allow us to trade with Europe or partners in Asia. All of that, Prime Minister Carney was elected last year to do as the government of Canada. We think, and we still believe, that there is an opportunity to have an agreement, to reach an agreement that is in the economic interest of both countries, that respects the sovereignty of Canada, but continues to collaborate with the American economy and American businesses, for example, around non-market economies entering in the steel or aluminum sector, melt and pour rules around steel, all of which we are doing now, which we think is complementary to measures taken by President Trump. So we remain convinced that in spite of the 232 tariffs, which Mr. Trump imposed a year ago, there is an opportunity to find a way for the Canadian economy to be competitive and economic, while accepting that President Trump has redefined his trading relationships with countries around the world. So we're always ready to do what's necessary to get to that arrangement. But in the meantime, as you said in the introduction, the potential economic impact in Canada is serious, and Canadians are really concerned about this. There's a real sense in the Canadian population of concern. For decades, we've collaborated in security areas, in defense, in building a North American economy with the United States that we think has benefited both countries. So we look forward to the day when we can do that collaboratively with the United States.
And what I hear...
Listen, the vibe in Canada is fuck Donald Trump. Fuck that guy and the horse he rode in on, and all the fucking horses of the apocalypse that are riding with him.
From you is that this is a situation you called regrettable, and that has really come through in each of your answers. And at the same time, you're very clear about you have planted that maple leaf flag firmly behind you in terms of standing up for Canada. What is the snapshot of this moment? Where do talks stand? Is there a way forward?
Fuck you. I feel like the answer the answer to this is in I'm a negotiator and I am literally here to fucking play political ball with you. The answer is when your government stops acting like a bunch of children and wiping shit all over the walls and stops trying to sign deals in crayons, we'll go back to the negotiating table when you're ready.
We always believe there's a way forward. Our exchanges, our work with Ambassador Greer was cordial, was constructive. We all approached these conversations in good faith. At the end of the day on Friday, Prime Minister Carney concluded that we weren't able to reach an agreement that was in the economic interest of our country. If certain sectors of our economy were facing 232 tariffs that created a circumstance where there was an uneven...
To be fair, that is kind of what Carney said, but I don't think Dominic LeBlanc is in the position to be able to be that aggressive because of his literal job. It's his job to be like a political representative. He can't, he's got to be a little bit more gentle about the way he approaches this for now.
Playing field. You can't ask the Prime Minister of Canada to agree to something that would make our auto industry over time less competitive, or the steel or aluminum industry, critical parts of our economy, exactly as President Trump has defined in the United States. So there are no negotiations at the present moment. We're going on with taking the measures necessary to build our own economy, to build a strong Canadian economy.
Where is the fucking... To sum up his answer so far is, where are the negotiations and what's the path forward? And his answer is diversifying away from the United States, not working for them anymore, and not negotiating. We're not negotiating right now.
Economy, which we think is in the interest of the United States. A strong Canadian economy with big natural resource projects, you referred to energy, should benefit both countries.
So no negotiations right now. Is this Canada adopting some of the tactics of Trump in the Trump era, where he takes these aggressive tariff postures? Is that part of what we're seeing from your government?
I don't think so. It doesn't come across that way to me, at least. I think our government knows better what they're doing, whereas your guys kind of fucking haphazard nonsense.
I wouldn't say that we're copying President Trump's aggressive tactics. What we're doing is what Mr. Carney, what the Prime Minister said any sovereign country would do faced with this economic threat, is take the measures that are necessary to defend and support our industries. But that is not
Yeah, it is a bullshit loaded question. You're right.
contradictory with the view that there is an agreement that wasn't in the line of sight on Friday evening, but there is an agreement that we think can be reached that will strengthen both.
Geographically, Canada and the United States have to work together or go to war. Like, and war isn't an option. Going to, like, literal war with Canada is not an option for the United States. It does not have the, I've said this before, I'll say it again, it doesn't have the military power that it needs, it does not have the resources that it needs, and it does not have the morale that it needs. The United States cannot, they can attack Canada, they cannot do a war with Canada, and they will not and cannot and have not been winning the economic war either. It's not feasible for the United States to go to war with Canada. At all. So that's not really something that I think Canadians are really very concerned about, because, again, that's even on a good day. Like, this is disregarding that we're pretty sure that Pete Hegseth could not go to war with all of the United States military at his fucking disposal. He could not fight his way out of a wet paper bag. Like, but yeah, no, Feline is right. Open a history textbook. Like, Canada would go ham. Absolute cheese. It would be absolutely fucking crazy. If that were to happen. But this is not something. Maple syrup glazed ham, pea meal bacon, fucking. It would be a fucking nightmare for the United States. So, like, it's not feasible for them, even if, like, they do something on, like, bad advice because they think it's better than it is, right? It's like, it's not. It would be very foolish. Yes, very, very, very foolish. U.S. is having trouble with their Iran conflict. Canada would be worse. Yeah, the United States has not successfully invaded another country ever. Like, never once have they successfully invaded another country, let alone a country as well-equipped and well-liked and in such a good morale position as Canada is currently. The Canadians are united. Our military is getting funded more. We're in good shape with our allies that are not the United States. And we have potential allies in former enemies, like China, for example. So, like, it is not feasible for the United States to fucking not, like, like, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Vietnam. America sucks at this. All right? At least when it comes to implementation. They're not good at this. So, and who do they call to help fucking pick up their fucking mess and clean up after them when they called Article 9? The Canadians. Who taught the Americans how to do fucking guerrilla warfare and go through buildings? The Canadians. Like, it's fucking goddamn. Anyway, I digress. It's not a feasible thing. It's not going to happen. So the only other way for things to move forward eventually, because of our geographic location and because of, like, the scenario we find ourselves in, Canada and America have to trade with each other. They have to. They have to. The only other option is to turn into a North Korea, South Korea scenario. And that's not going to happen. The border's too fucking long, guys. Like, it's not even possible. So, like, how are you going to... It's so big! There's not enough fucking people in the United States to fucking guard the border if all of them participated. It can't even do that. So at the end of the day, Canada is sitting in a position where we know that we have to trade with each other, and we know that we have to have some kind of bureaucratic infrastructure to allow that and enable that to happen at the end of the day. And the United States is suffering far more than we are because of multiple factors. So, like, because their fucking president doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. So at the end of the day, it is fucking South Korea, South Korea border was only possible due to the long-term reliance on pure old-style warfare with mining, yeah, which is now kind of obsolete with drones. Even with drones, trying to do the Canadian-American border would be nigh impossible and so expensive. One of the reasons why it's not possible and not feasible is because of how expensive it would be, even if you did have, like, fleets of automatic drones trying to do it. But you know how Canadians would handle fucking automatic drones. What are they gonna be do? Run by Grok? Like, fuck off. What a joke. Like, no way in fucking hell would America fucking succeed at that. And even if America wanted to try this drone warfare situation, you know who's gotten really good at it? Ukraine. You know who's in Ukraine fighting Russia with drones? Canada. So you know who's got the practice, the know-how, and the fucking connections? Canada. And you know who doesn't like America right now because they fucked them over in their peace negotiations and got invaded by Russia? Ukraine! Yo, the United States is fucking cooked. And Canada is sitting pretty being like, alright, fine, take fucking whatever. Fucking do it. Whatever, bro. We'll wait. We'll wait you out. Because it's not like the American people are gonna revolt anyway. We'll see how the midterms, though, go, I guess, though. So there's that. I believe in America. They can get through this. Eventually.
Economies will make North America more competitive.
Make North America great again.
Facing threats from other parts of the world. But in the meantime, as I said, we're not...
Red Cedar says, train the Cobra chickens to attack the drones. I don't think we would have to train them. I think they will already do that. I don't think they need training.
Waiting by the phone.
Air Force honk.
Is what any responsible national government would do, is take the steps necessary to support workers and businesses in our country and try and diversify our trading opportunities with other countries around the world.
Yeah, Falcons, Eagles, and Hawks. I could definitely see Hawks being trained and released en masse to just take out drones for sure. It'd be like fucking some Ewok shit going on. I think one thing that, like, one of the reasons why Americans get confused, like American people get confused about how well they think the United States would do in a war, like trying to invade Canada, and it's that most Americans, the majority of Americans, do not know dick shit about the layout of Canada. Like they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. And then they would also have to deal with Canada in the winter, which is historically invading any country that survives in like months worth of snow. It is not a good time. Like it's not. You're not gonna have a good time. So, like, you're not, they do not understand the distance between our population bases, right? Like, let alone what's in between point A and point B. So that is the majority of people from the United States. And not all of them. Some of them will absolutely fucking know what's up, and I would suspect that at least part of the military would know what they're dealing with, but the United States people, yeah, Mr. Sakura said, 50 years of observation, ellipses, Americans do not know geography. You're never gonna win this, guys. Please, stop, get some help.
Been speaking in certainly diplomatic tones. You have talked about the practical and the possible here. Doug Ford has also used some of the language that is more pugilistic in this political moment, calling President Trump a loser, a dictator, a bully. Is that something that is constructive in this moment?
Yes.
We have 13 premiers in Canada. They're the equivalent of the 50 governors in the United States. They speak for their own citizens and in their own way. Premier Ford has his own style. Prime Minister Carney speaks for the government of Canada. We don't think that President Trump would be responsible for what the 50 state governors in the United States might say in a given week. But what Premier Ford, I think, is showing is the real sense of frustration and concern that Ontario businesses and industries are facing in terms of these latest tariffs imposed over the weekend.
I wonder how many Americans could find Ontario on a map.
And Prime Minister Carney has also been very clear that we're going to work with the 13 provincial and territorial premiers across Canada as they look at different sectors of their economy that will need specific measures to be able to get through this economic headwind that we weren't seeking.
And in our
guys, the diplomat is being more diplomatic. Imagine that.
Moments here, it really seems that you have reflected the long relationship that Canada and the United States have had. You referred to North American prosperity. Is trust broken between the U.S. and Canada?
Yes.
Because of this kind of dispute?
Because you're doing economic terrorism? Dispute.
I wouldn't be that stark. This is a relationship between two countries that has been successful and has been extremely close for decades. There's not one Canadian.
He's going to separate out the individual Canadians, and then he's going to separate out the Trump administration versus America as a whole.
That doesn't have some personal connection to the United States. It's often studying there. In my case, I went to university there. People have cousins and family members that live there. They go on holiday there. They do business with the Americans.
No, I know I set the bar really low with Ontario, but I stand by it. I stand by it. So there's like studies that fucking Americans can't recognize Texas, and Texas is pretty big.
This is a well-worn path of a relationship that has survived challenges before. At the end of the day, we have to build an economy in Canada that's resilient and strong. That's what we're going to do. But none of that should be seen as contradictory to working with our most important ally.
Canada building better and stronger doesn't mean like it's not a slight to the United States.
In building an economy that can be competitive for two countries, and in the case of USMCA, that would include Mexico as well.
Yes.
After all, the U.S. and Canada are neighbors, and we are deeply interested in where this goes next. Minister LeBlanc, we thank you for your time and your expertise today.
Thank you.
Well, you're very kind for having me on the program. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Surprise, surprise, our diplomat was more diplomatic than Doug Ford was telling Trump to kiss his ass. All right. We got one more thing to look at, and we're not going to go over this entire situation, or this entire article, but I wanted to bring this article up, and I wanted to share this article with you guys. This is a CBC article, and I'm just going to put it in the chat for now, and I'll add it to the description later on YouTube. I saw that you DM'd me. I'll definitely check it out after I'm done streaming here. We're near the end of this. Let me come on over. This is a CBC article. It's titled Ottawa's counter tariffs find broad support in Canada as businesses brace for trade war impact, right? This is from 20 hours ago. It's Canada outlines dollar for dollar retaliatory measures, $7.5 billion in support for workers and businesses, right? So every time you're seeing like somebody like Poilievre saying like, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What's our plan? What's our plan? As if we don't have a plan, as if we haven't been prepared the entire time. We've been prepared the entire time. So fucking $7.5 billion worth of preparedness. I'm going to skip this one because we've already talked about this. This is like the key takeaways, but I'm not going to go through the key takeaways because you should read an entire article if you're going to read an entire article. But I wanted to point out Gavin Newsom. So we've talked about Gavin Newsom before. He doesn't impress me super duper much. I do think he's kind of funny. He's done some stuff that I'm like pretty decent on. I kind of feel the same way about him as I feel about Doug Ford. I believe he is a Democrat, if I'm remembering correctly. He is the governor of California, and he has comments on this. So let's take a look.
Governor Newsom, thank you so much for making the time for Canada tonight.
My honor to be with you.
It did look, obviously, late last week that a deal was going to come together between Canada and the U.S., but Prime Minister Carney announced late Friday that Canada had to walk away. I just want to start by asking you how surprised you were by that.
I was surprised. I had a chance to dialogue with your ambassador. We're hearing positive things about progress. We even heard it from Donald Trump himself. He sent out a Truth Social saying we had landed on a deal. But then again, in hindsight, maybe none of us should have been surprised that we didn't. Lutnick comes in the last minute.
Lutnick comes in at the last minute is fucking rad, but also like, yeah, nobody believes that Trump's not going to do something finagly at the end, right?
Starts to incorporate aspects of the deal that frankly aren't central to what we were ultimately trying to achieve. And I understand why the Prime Minister walked away, and I understand why we're in the position we're in. It's because of a president that simply continues to process and promote a policy that is wrecking this country. It's impacting inflation and costs of living across the United States. It hasn't had the intended impact of actually building industry and generating new jobs. And it's destroying relationships. And those relationships aren't just, a nice thing to have. They go to the central relationships around our future and security and NATO, issues around the Five Eyes and relationships to NORAD and issues that are foundational to our fate and future.
So before he goes on, I want to point out something very clear in Gavin Newsom's language here. He is definitively putting the breakdown in the negotiations on his own government. He is putting this down on the American federal government. This is Trump and Lutnick's fault specifically. He is not blaming Canada. He's not blaming Canadians. He's not claiming Canadians are being unfair. Now, we will keep in mind that he is talking on CBC. He is doing an interview with CBC. So this is definitely, he is talking to Canadians. But this is the first time I think I've heard an American governor talk to Canadians without talking down at Canadians about not like we don't know what the fuck is going on. So it's better than what I've seen so far, at least.
Well, let's talk about the consequences, particularly in your state. Obviously, the president has added this 50% tariff on a wide range of Canadian goods. Canada announced counter tariffs today, up to, I think, $27.6 billion. And your state has been hit.
Oh, and also, yes, Rick Mercer's fucking great. 10 out of 10, no notes. Rick Mercer's amazing.
Hit particularly hard. How do the levies impact your state economically? What have you seen?
Well, I mean, we've already seen the damage of the last year and a half. I mean, we've seen a significant decline in tourism. Just to put it in perspective, we had at peak a few years ago, 1.7 million Canadians visit my state. We're hoping maybe 1.3, maybe 1.4 next year. The impacts are real. And the relationships, I'll tell you, just on a personal basis, people were talking about visitors from Canada that came for generation. And small innkeepers and shop owners that actually looked forward to seeing people on an annual basis, to watch those kids grow up because their parents were visiting that same hotel over the course of decades.
We hear this every single time we talk to any of these governors from any of these states about how like emotionally attached they are to our Canadian money coming into their states through tourism over generations. It's a little lost on me personally. It might mean more to you. This is better than listening to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's did the same thing. Their governor did the same thing, and his was really bad.
The impact is very real and more emotional than just
it's funny. You got me.
Economic. To see, obviously, the impact to industries, computer industry, to, we're a big agricultural state, the impacts there, and that agriculture extends, obviously, to the wine industry. The wine's no longer being on the shelves in Canada. Reputational damage.
It's a lot of reputational damage.
I represent the fourth largest economy in the world, $4.3 trillion a year economy. We're a state larger than 21 state populations combined. And so no state.
California has more people in it alone than there is in Canada. or like a really rough equivalency there.
Outside of those northern states is more impacted than California.
Hey, we got some visitors. Yo, guys, shout out where you're from. I'm seeing Norway. I see Germany. I know there's people from the UK watching. We have Australians swinging by once in a while. Sometimes I'm Canadian. We get people from India, Lots of Germans today. Yeah, good to see you guys. Are you guys happy with the AI deal that Canada's made? And no, I will not give you guys shit if you start speaking to each other in German in the chat. That's fine. You can go ahead and do that.
California.
Is there any animosity or blame, particularly from wine producers, about that decision by Canada's premiers to take American alcohol off the shelves?
Yeah, I think there is. I mean, look, I'm in that industry, full disclosure. I'm not going to pull a Trump on you and talk about my own relationship to it, but it's not an intellectual thing for me. As someone that built that from the ground up over the course of decades. And so, yeah, it's painful. I mean, because, you know, we're like, wait, it's this guy over there, you know, 1,600 miles. That's not who.
Hey, salute. It's good to see you. We have such an eclectic group, and I love that we can talk about and compare and contrast and give some of the U.S. viewers a little bit more of a broad spectrum of the way things are handled in places that are not America. And that there's more things in not America. Jesh is lucky that I'm a polyglot. Yeah, I am. I can get away with this shit because one of my moderators speaks like 5 languages.
We are. It's not California. Our values are stand. I'm the most un-Trump state in America. And so I did a $5 million ad buy.
This is a good point.
Encouraging visitors to come back to the state. I even made a bet with the Premier Ford during the Toronto Blue Jays. Sorry to bring up a raw subject there against the Dodgers, and we made a bet around wine. But I said the bet should be about putting wine back on the shelves. He said no damn chance in hell, which I understood. And
see, they Premier Ford and Governor Newsom are the same kind of person. I think he makes a good point in that it's easy or it's convenient or like it feels right to say, hey, that's not us. Hey, that's not us. Don't like still buy our stuff, still put our stuff on the shelf. And like that's what we've seen from a handful. We saw it from what's his name? Oh, I've already forgotten. We've seen it from a handful of representatives of the United States being like, but don't do it to us. Like Kentucky, Pennsylvania, he's even admitted he's done it. It's happened a few times, and so and he's at least acknowledging that like we can't just do that. It doesn't like it's not how it works. It's not how any of this works, and he's right.
Because it's raw, and that was back in the good old days compared to how you must feel today, on the basis of the insult to your culture, your language. And what occurred with Lutnick at the...
Fuck you, Tom. Oh, no.
Last minute in these negotiations.
You had some pretty harsh
What's he
words
talking
for
about?
the president. I mean, that's not a first for you. That you do often have harsh words for him.
I know.
The premier, you mentioned the premier, Doug Ford, he also used some pretty aggressive language. I wonder whether you think this rhetoric achieves anything in terms of getting to a deal.
I don't know.
I get why you're saying it politically.
So that's something to point out. The Canadian news outlets are also asking if this kind of rhetoric and talk back and forth is productive. And I think it is productive because I think it makes the vibe clear. It releases some of the frustration and tension between the individual countries and the individuals within those countries. So I think banter, and even when it does escalate a little bit, is healthy to the engagement of the overall situation. Now, is it productive to specifically getting a deal? Nobody thinks we're getting a deal from Trump anyway, so who cares?
I don't know. I mean, I guess
Thank you so much for the subscribe. Enjoy your assigned brick. Yes, when you follow on Twitch, you get assigned a brick. That is your brick. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's represented how we feel. Look, everything's changed, so we have to change. And if you want to just be old school diplomat and, niceties, you're going to get rolled over by this. He's a T-Rex, Trump. But he's a guy who does one of two things. You either mate with him, forgive me, or he devours you. And so, I watched all these leaders over the course of the last year and a half, try to suck up to him and kiss his ring and pull out the red carpet and flatter him, only to get rolled over. And I think with respect, I don't want to get in your domestic politics, but, from my prism, watching Prime Minister up close in Davos and watching him pretty closely in the course of the last few months, but notably watching that speech yesterday. I think he's playing this well. Strength, position of strength, clarity, conviction. Yeah. Trump respects strength. He does not respect weakness.
You have said that you can get along with the president.
I think that's a decent takeaway. Like, I don't, no notes. I think the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, or I guess it's not yesterday, it's 2 days ago. The Prime Minister's speech was, some of the language was a little bit darker, but he's always been kind of straightforward. Oh, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscribe, Polar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys. It's great seeing you guys being so active in the chat. Thank you so much. Big sticks in the potash. Canada have big sticks. They have potash, oil, gas, and regular power supply to the U.S. state. Yeah, we have a lot of negotiating and power and leverage, and I think it really does help that there's not really any reason for Canada as a country to be afraid of the United States military. I think there's a lot of hype around the United States military that is kind of just huffing their own supply a little bit. They're just like sniffing their own farts, if you know what I mean. But, you know. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
President in meetings and phone calls. You've had to do that a little bit. I wonder whether you think he will come back to the table and negotiate with Canada. And I wonder whether you think Canada will be able to believe anything that he puts on the table and have trust in it.
Yeah, it was pretty powerful words talking. I think it's something everybody around the globe, it resonated, you know, talking about, you know, his signatures in pencil. You know, that struck a chord for a reason. And that's a factor, certainly. Even if you get an agreement, whether he'll own up to the agreement or he'll be slighted by some pronoun or verb on the basis of any given day and what appears on his nightly news feed from Fox. But that said, I absolutely believe within a matter of days, I couldn't imagine more than 2-3 weeks, he'll be back at the table.
Athens resubbed with tier 1 for 33 months. Thank you so much, Athens. Greatly appreciate it. He said, let's go for more. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
He's getting
We've had some really interesting growth recently from a lot of different walks, and it's been lovely to see.
But that said, I absolutely believe within a matter of days, I couldn't imagine more than 2-3 weeks, he'll be back at the table. He's getting crushed. He's getting hammered by his own party right now. Imagine being Mike Rogers trying to run for the United States Senate in Michigan. Imagine being the gubernatorial candidate.
Thank you for the subscribe, or thank you for the follow. There is your assigned brick. Congratulations. The bricks are available as emojis, by the way. Some of them are. I don't think all of them. His name is Splat, or their name is Splat. Its name is Splat. It's a brick. Enjoy those. They're also available for free on the Patreon if you want to download them yourself. They are emoji-sized. So if you want them in your own Discords or you want to use them on your own channels or wherever, you can do that. They're free to download.
Candidates in places, or senatorial candidates in places like Maine or Ohio. This is, the impacts are outsized up there, and he's putting all of them in a terrible position. And so I think the pressure is coming from within the party, not just externally from people like myself and obviously from Canadians and just from decent, honorable people that just don't understand this madness around a relationship that we should be celebrating, not tolerating, a relationship that we should be deeply proud of. And we have our disagreements. We have issues we have to address. I understand how tariff policy can be used tactically, how it can be part of an industrial toolkit, but just across the board, you know, on hockey sticks and things like that. This isn't trade policy. This is a kid with a crate.
It's economic terrorism. It's economic terrorism. It's economic terrorism being done by a child or somebody with the emotional fucking self-control of a child. I will point out that he does make a decent point here that there has not been a time in my life that I have found or noticed or observed that Canada and the United States are so diametrically opposed in values and like in vibes. Like they're just so drastically different right now, and I have never seen it this different. Even in 2016, it wasn't this bad. Like it wasn't this like it feels like decades apart. The last time would have been 1812. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
On that is, crossing out Ontario Lake and calling it America's Lake. It's literally no different than my 8-year-old who is just entering the fourth
Throwing
or
a
fifth grade.
tantrum.
You said you understand tariffs, and I mean, Democrats have a reputation in Canada of being pretty protectionist too.
Why do hockey sticks come up when American politicians mention Canadian products? So, hockey sticks is one of the things that Donald Trump is specifically targeting in the new wave of tariffs that are supposed to be starting in January, 6 months from now. Like, we give a shit. But it's mostly because it's supposed to be like a national thing. Like, we care about hockey, so we're gonna tariff your hockey stick. It's like that simple-minded. It's that fucking stupid. That's all it is.
In a future with a future Democratic president, should Canadians expect that all tariffs disappear and that we go back to a real free trade relationship?
No.
I don't know. I mean, look, I thought that the framework.
There were tariffs in Kuzma. There are tariffs in Kuzma. You're never going to have tariff-free trade between Canada and America. It wouldn't make sense. It would be just as stupid as tariffing everything. That's a one extreme to another. You want a balance of these tools being utilized properly. You don't want extreme usage one way or the other.
Of Donald Trump's negotiated USMCA. I know you.
Yes, Fib. Yes. Fib said, so Trump would target and tariff the schnitzel when going against Germany or Lederhosen. Is that the hockey stick equivalent? Yeah, basically, yes. Nailed it. You got it.
You have different language up north. Was the contract? I thought he actually, to his credit, this was one of the earlier successes of his administration, the first Trump 1.0, of course, and it was his deal that he said was the best trade deal that was ever advanced. And now, of course, he's its biggest critic, which again just shows the mercurial nature of Donald Trump in every way, shape, or form, and why you should be concerned. But you made a different point, and that is, you're right. Democrats certainly are not immune for using targeted tariffs, and I do expect that will be on the table. I mean, you saw Biden administration hardly withdrew all the tariff policy of the Trump administration when he came into office, so that's a proof point to your question. But not the folly across the board, not like this.
You have still not ruled out making a bid for the presidency, taking a run at the White House yourself. And I wonder whether or how much your positioning on trade on this issue is helping to set yourself up for a presidential bid, Governor.
Zero. It has nothing to do with why I'm doing this. I've enjoyed from my days as mayor of San Francisco relationships with your consul general. I've seen prime ministers come and go. I had a good relationship with the last prime minister.
Gavin Newsom having better relations, to say that somebody running for president as the Democratic candidate has a better relationship with Canada and Canadians than Donald Trump is basically this is a nothing burger question. It's kind of a waste of our time.
I've had the pleasure of being up from my early days up in Hudson Bay and out there with the beluga whales and great memories in some of the great cities in Canada. So I love your country. I love the people. I love the investment. And so for me, this is just,
I've got a better relationship with France than Hitler. Yes.
Who I am. I'm proud of the work I've done as governor. I'm proud of the relationship we've had with your country. And I just want folks to know California is a stable partner. We do not in any way, shape, or form condone the behavior of this president as it relates to how he's treated.
I think this positioning probably helps him in a bid for presidency. I just don't think it's the focus of why he's doing it. He'd be doing it anyway.
You and just in the condescending terms, I'm disgusted by it, and I just want folks up north to know that there are a lot more Americans like me than there are like Donald Trump.
Governor Newsom, thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
I don't know if that's probably true. There's probably, but the problem is that there are too many. There's too many. The number is too damn high. I think, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but didn't get into it too much, and we might get into it more tomorrow, where we're going to start looking at, like, the reaction of commentators about this. There's something to be said for the amount of debt. Canada owns the 5th highest amount of American debt, of debt that the United States owes. So that is a part of the bargaining chips that I think people forget about, is that we own a lot of your money. we own a lot of your money. And so because we own a lot of your money, and we are in pretty good standing with some of the other people who also own a lot of your money, like Japan. I'm pretty sure Japan holds the most amount, and Japan has been dumping its gold bonds, its American gold bonds. That's been already happening. So given how squeezed, how hard Japan is getting squeezed by this Strait of Hormuz situation that Donald Trump has created, and fucking, which was one of the things that did Pearl Harbor, by the way, was a fucking oil crisis in Japan. And then Donald Trump brought up Pearl Harbor like a fucking idiot when she was there. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. The fact that Japan and the United States has put Japan in a bad position in relation to oil because of its fight in Iran, and that Canada and Japan have good relations with each other, and British Columbia, where that LNG pipe got built, the pipeline for oil got built, is in British Columbia on the side of shipping to Japan, is all really nicely lined up. So if Canada and Japan happen to, just happen to get rid of or call in that debt all at once, it would obliterate the fucking American debt, would just fucking be so far beyond repair that it would destroy the fucking American economy. Absolute fucking, yeah, Japan is in not a great position. We should talk about that probably on another day. But yeah, I have one more thing that I want to talk about down here. That's the plywood. Where is it? Nope. Oh, they did a big fact check, right? Some White House claims can't be fact checked. But the U.S. statement, here it is. This is what I wanted to look at. So this is the statement, and we're just going to go over this real quick because it's relevant. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I wasn't ready for that. Oh, brother. Okay. President Trump is finally ending Canada's free ride, is what this says. Canada has been ripping off the United States for decades, and President Donald Trump is done, underlined, letting them get away with it. Last week, the U.S. offered Canada the most preferential market access of any country on Earth, with deep cuts on steel, aluminum, auto, lumber, and more. Instead of partnership, Canada chose unreasonable demands, walkbacks, and flat-out rejection. So this goes to a Twitter post. The United States Trade Representative, tonight, Canada declined to finalize the trade deal under the terms agreed earlier this week. And as you will notice, that goes and flies in the face of what everything that everybody else has been saying, which was they were not finalizing a deal. They were still in negotiations. There was no deal that was finalized. That was not where they were at. So despite the U.S. offer to Canada to receive the best treatment of any major exporter to our market, new demands and walkbacks of other commitments by Canada have upended the careful balance reached in the past days. In addition, Canada is continuing to maintain its prolonged retaliation against the United States, including, among other things, flat-out prohibition on certain American goods and services. So that's not even all of the provinces, assuming they're talking about the alcohol, but also, I would point out that at least they're noting that it's retaliation. If you want the retaliation to stop doing the thing that is causing the retaliation, you numpty. For decades, Canada has enjoyed the most favorable access to the U.S. market of any country, and from the beginning of President Trump's trade program is generous, Canada has continued to enjoy the best treatment in the world, even after, like China, retaliating against the United States. Ooh. This week, the United States agreed to provide even better treatment to Canada, offering significant tariff reduction on steel, aluminum, autos, and lumber. Something I will say, by the way, about the way Canada has handled the United States and the way China has postured against the United States. Canada and China are kind of both doing the same, having the same reaction for the most part. The United States offer was also forward-looking and included a historic economic and national security partnership to cooperate on export controls, combat transshipments, enhance digital trade, and align certain external tariffs. The offer would have led to supply chain coordination on aerospace, complementary actions to address unfair trade practices, critical minerals cooperation, increased enforcement against imports produced with forced labor, and announcement of formal U.S. Mexico-Canada agreement, or USMCA negotiations. That's just the U.S. version of CUSMA. This is a missed opportunity for Canada to partner with the United States. We already have which is the fastest growing economy in the G7. I want a citation. Can anybody citation needed the fucking that? Oh, hey, it's Dusty. Shit, I haven't watched that guy in forever. Damn. I'm gonna open that for later. That's just for me, as a treat. Okay. The record of Canadian abuse is clear and deliberate. Fact, Canada is joined only by the People's Republic of China in choosing retaliation over negotiation. Their continued discriminatory treatment of U.S. commerce has burdened American workers, farmers, and businesses. Fact, Canada alone imposed discriminatory 25% and company-specific quotas on U.S. motor vehicles, measures applied to no other country. As a result, U.S. vehicle exports in Canada crashed 22% over last year. Brother, you just wait and watch that number fucking skyrocket. Yeah, there's a Bulbasaur up there. Fact, Canada banned American wine, beer, and spirits in nearly every province and territory, while other countries have faced no such restrictions. As a result, U.S. alcohol exports to Canada has collapsed 81% in a single year. Are you just telling us how badly Canada's been beating you at an economic war? Yeah, it's not banned. It's not banned. It's just not on our shelves. We're not it's not okay, whatever. Fact, Canada is locked out U.S. dairy with tariff rate quotas far more restrictive than... sorry, before I move on from this one, what reason would we have to do that to any other country? Why would we do that to, I don't know, champagne from France, for example? Like, what? We're also really restrictive about our own wine internally. It's also just not buying it. Even if you did put American stuff back on the shelves, we're not buying it. Like, it's not going to happen. Anyway, fact, Canada locks out U.S. dairy with tariff quotas far more restrictive than those given to Europe, plus over-quota tariffs nearly 300%. Yeah, over-quota tariffs. Over-quota tariffs. Nearly 300% is just, it's more than 200. That you only get tariffed after you reach this threshold, and they've never come close to reaching this threshold. How much fucking European dairy are we getting in Canada? Cheese? Like, what are you talking about? Rates so extreme they function as a near total ban. No, they don't. Because then you would already be in that position. Why would your dairy farmers be suffering because you've added new tariffs if they were, like, this doesn't make any sense. This is, like, internally inconsistent. And rank the highest agricultural tariffs in the developed world. Fact, Canada has extracted a persistent average annual good trade deficit of roughly $50 billion from the United States over the last decade while refusing reciprocal access. That's just not true. Fact, Canada targeted American aerospace manufacturer Gulfstream for years. They effectively prohibit the sale of its G500, G600, G700, and G800 models while shielding its own competitor until President Trump intervened. So then they're not prohibiting that anymore? Yeah, there is some, like, restricted... We have different standards in Canada, right? You can't extract a trade deficit, what the fuck? Yeah, I know, I don't think we prohibited this. I don't think this is true. All right, anyway, fact, you know if you put fact in all capitals in front of something or at the end of something, it makes it true. Canada's protectionist barriers, discriminatory auto quotas, alcohol bans, and dairy lockouts have hammered American companies. This has cost U.S. producers billions in lost sales. Citation needed. Forced layoffs and driven market share to foreign competitors who face none of the same restrictions. That sounds like a you problem. Oh, look, it's citing itself. Good. Great. Fact, without the United States, Canada would not survive. Canada sends roughly 3/4 of all of its good exports to America, and the US market is where Canada gets the overwhelming majority of its money and economic oxygen. You know, you saying we need you because you need to buy our shit is not exactly fucking... that's not the point you think it is. Fact, Canada's failed trade policies are driving its own manufacturers south. Then why would you fuck with it? If you're already winning, why are you fucking with it? A recent survey found 42% of Canadian manufacturers have already moved or are planning to move production to the United States. A recent survey. 4 in 10 Canadian manufacturers have moved or plan to move production to the US. This survey finds from July of 2026. I'm not reading this right now. Fact. Canada is doubling down on tariffs targeting American workers. Canada just announced an additional $27.6 billion in tariffs on American businesses, including a 50% tariff on American steel and aluminum, and 25% on American fish, and 25% on American tools. I believe that's part of the list that is starting on September 8th. So what? What are you gonna do about it? We're doubling down. Let's fucking go. Fact, the US economy is approximately 13 times larger than the Canadian economy and home over 8 times. What? And home to? Oh, and home too. Okay, there we go. Fact, the United States economy is approximately 13 times larger than the Canadian economy and home to over 8 times as many people. The United States has the clear leverage, and yet this is a list of how much you're losing. President Trump said it best. Canada is easily the most difficult and unreasonable. They feel entitled, but they are not a state and will be entitled no longer. Canadian leadership chose retaliation over partnership. My guy, you punched us in the head, and you keep punching us in the head, and you're like, hold hands with us and sing Kumbaya and do everything we tell you to, while we still continue to punch you in the head. Like, the fact that you're acknowledging that it's retaliation, you need to change your language. Like, you need to do your propaganda better. Like, your propaganda is bad, and you should feel bad. Like, don't use the word retaliation. As soon as you use the word retaliation, it means that you did something and we're retaliating against you for doing the thing. So if you want us to do partnership, stop doing the thing that we're retaliating against. You dumb motherfucker. So at least if you're gonna do this propaganda, fucking don't use the word retaliation. America is no longer willing to carry them. Yeah, you don't want to 1-for-1 that, my guys, my friends. I assure you that Canada has done so fucking much. So fucking much. But alas, the Trump administration is fucking brain dead. They're very, very stupid. There was this, but I'm not going to cover that today. So this is the leader of the NDP party. I think we'll have to come back to this maybe, or like if it becomes relevant, we'll come back to it. It is relevant, but I've already covered so much today that I don't want to dive into a whole nother. It's only 11 minutes. Should we do it? Should we do it? It's only 11 minutes. It's only 11 minutes. Let's go.
Avi Lewis is the federal leader of the New Democratic Party, and he joins me now. Nice to see you, sir. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, JP.
So you had a meeting with the Prime Minister today. He briefed you on where things stand in this increasingly fraught Canada-U.S. trading relationship. How did that go?
Was Pierre Poilievre there? Did Pierre Poilievre get briefed, or did he get left out? I need to know.
And did you leave with any concerns about what he has planned?
Well, he was walking me through a little bit of the blow-by-blow of how it all went down and some details in the different sectors.
Oh, then Pierre Poilievre definitely wasn't there because he ain't got his security clearance.
Which I think if we were a bedtime podcast could help people in a soporific capacity. I'm joking. It was impressive the way the Prime Minister was in the weeds, but we did spend...
Politics is boring? Good. That's what we want. We want boring politics.
Quite a bit of time going over the details of the auto and steel sectors in specific.
Oh, wait, hold on. It says about opposition leaders from the Conservative Party, NDP, and the Bloc all met with the Prime Minister. Okay, so in theory, Pierre Poilievre was in fact there, according to this.
However, we support the walking away from the table. That I was able to say clearly, and I think most Canadians, I mean, we're done making concessions.
Good.
I think what struck me was the sense that there is a possibility.
I've criticized this guy before about stuff like MAID, M-A-I-D, and if you want to hear more about MAID, and that's assisted suicide in Canada, and him repeating or at least stating on his own the same talking points that Joe Rogan and Pierre Poilievre were making, which I've also covered, and you can check out if you're interested. But I was not impressed with his showing when he was repeating that kind of a talking point. So this is already a little bit better, and I'm happy about that.
That we simply won't have a deal under the Trump administration. And I think that's something also, while it may be shocking to say it, it is something that we know as Canadians, that we've known this since Trump won in 2016, that we're dealing with a chaotic force that can't be trusted not to move the goalposts endlessly, not just at the 11th hour of a trading negotiation, but in general. I was happy.
I'm accidentally praising Trudeau for successfully getting a deal with Donald Trump, by the way.
Happy to see some of the changes that we asked for in the relief package that was announced today. So something the government already had going, which is making EI easier to get, not getting rid of the waiting period of the first week.
EI is unemployment.
Expanding that. But we need immediate support for affected workers. I think we need to think a little bit pandemic era in terms of supporting people.
Ooh, that's a good point. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Pandemic era.
Who are going to go through not a sudden rupture, but an unfolding one over weeks and months and potentially the next couple of years. And I think one of the things that I said to the Prime Minister was, we need safeguards built in to make sure that in these huge multi-billion-dollar packages, that corporations are not able to misuse any of these public funds for bonuses and dividends. And we saw—
Oh, hey, Optus Moose is back. Yo, welcome back, buddy. How you doing? You're here to struggle some more? Good to see you.
A lot of abuse of the public support during the pandemic that eventually had safeguards.
I'm going to need you to do me a favor and define communism. Thank you very much.
Multi-billion-dollar packages that corporations are not able to misuse any of these public funds for bonuses and dividends. And we saw a lot of abuse of the public support during the pandemic that eventually had safeguards put in place, but a lot of money had already left the barn at that point. So I made that point firmly to the Prime Minister, and we haven't had a chance to dig in to the weeds of the support packages, but we want to see that there. It's incredibly important.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. This is the kind of opposition that I want to see. Right? This is the leader of the NDP, right? I think the leader of the NDP would be a better opposition right now than the Conservative Party's being. Poilievre's showing is bad. It's not good. There are things to be contended with, and we're just not getting that contention because he's too busy obfuscating and being a pain in the ass and not willing to deal with the actual situations at hand. As opposed to this, which is bringing up good, valid points, concerns, things that Canadians care about while still pushing the ball forward instead of just trying to hold everything back and being regressive. Victoria for two said, "Go buy tea when you're done here." Yeah. We're almost done. This is the last one.
Hitting back dollar for dollar on these American goods now that President Trump has imposed his 50% tariff on some of our products. Some of these goods that are facing higher levies are actually coming from U.S. swing states that will be crucial in deciding the outcome of the upcoming midterm elections there. Do you think that's the right approach, or could that be read as perhaps too antagonistic?
No, I mean, I think that's where our biggest trading partners are. The fact that swing states are near the border in a lot of cases in the Midwest, et cetera, Ohio, Michigan, that's just geography. However, I do think that the political timing of this
have a good day. Thanks for joining us.
Of this trade war could and should hurt President Trump. He knows that the midterms are what, in 10?
Oh no, my computer's doing the thing. I was so close to the end. I guess I was pushing it. Why the fuck? My stream, my YouTube wants to verify that it's me. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. No, the whole system crashes right at the end. No, please. No, don't do this to me. No. Hold on, let me do this real quick while I fix this. Sorry, technical glitch. Excuse me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. That's the wrong one. Oh dear. It's okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'm so sorry. Please bear with me. Oh, oh, do I have to refresh this? Okay, we're at 313. Hold on. Come on. We're so close. We're so close to the end.
This is a time of maximum leverage for us. And it was another thing that I reinforced with the Prime Minister, that we need to use all the leverage that we have, because if we can get back to the table, there, this is a dynamic situation. Whether or not we have a deal, there will be tariffs and counter tariffs. There will be measures and countermeasures. We have leverage, JP. We have things that the United States needs. 60% of the United States oil imports come from Canada. Critical minerals, potash. There are resources that the United States desperately needs. Until now, the Prime Minister has said that those are not on the table. And I made the case forcefully to him that we have to use the leverage that we have. 6 months ago, I think I was the only politician in Canada calling for export taxes on oil and gas. We have now heard that call from former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. We've heard it from former Alberta Premier Alison Redford. We heard it from Toronto Star columnist recently. And so there is growing sense and growing pressure across the political spectrum.
This is good opposition.
That we need to use the leverage we have. We are dealing with a ruthless party across the table. And New Democrats want...
XNF is saying, how do Canadians feel about Lake Ontario being gone? We think it's very funny.
Want to see the government step up and represent the power that we have as Canada with this administration that has been bargaining with us in bad faith and offering deals that are practically unilateral in how they privilege U.S. industries and the U.S. economy. And we have stuff they need. We have to be prepared to use it. Doesn't mean we're turning off any taps. It doesn't mean that we are using it. It means that we need to use the leverage that we've got. And I wanted to make that point very forcefully to the Prime Minister.
You might have seen that President Trump said...
Those are the same thing. There's no point in saying we have this lever and then saying we're never going to use the lever. Like, you have to be real about it, but yeah.
Today that he is considering renaming Lake Ontario to Lake America. Do you ignore this? Do you dismiss it as nonsense, like the blatherings of someone who is just out to get us? Or is this a serious threat to our sovereignty?
I think that there's going to be a lot of noise in this time.
A little bit of both.
And there are going to be colorful statements from premiers, and there are going to be the usual cartoonish interventions from people in the West.
Canada should rename it to like Epstein Files. That would be very funny.
White House. We are in a very serious economic war that is not just arrived when times were great in Canada. We are dealing with this whole tariff threat, and the whole thing that's been unfolding for the last more than a year and a half has come on top of an everyday emergency for Canadians of just trying to get by with a cost of living that is out of control. And we are long past time when we need to deploy a significant portion of the extraordinary wealth and corporate profits in this country that are undertaxed and put some of that wealth behind a public option for groceries, a national
tax the rich, a public option for groceries. Oh my God, is he going to be out here being like, universal basic income? Holy moly.
Rent cap so that people don't deal with escalating rents in this time. The public services that Canadians rely on, the cost of medicine. We were supposed to have pharmacare by now. People are dealing with escalating costs for transit, for everything in their lives. We need to address the cost of living crisis like the emergency that it is, because it's going to get worse in the period of economic unrest to come. And I made that point to the Prime Minister as well.
You praised Manitoba Premier Wab Kinew last week when he was sort of
Wab is
lashing out
fantastic.
at this idea of signing a deal with Trump. And Mr. Kinew obviously has been very vocal about Trump. He's called him a very weak, someone who can't be trusted. He's repeatedly raised the Epstein files. Yesterday, we saw Ontario Premier Doug Ford attack the president in personal terms too, calling him a loser, the king of bankruptcies. These comments, of course, come after Trump has attacked this country and our leaders. But do you worry that these personal slights could hurt our chances of ever reaching a deal?
Same
with the
question we've heard a
Americans?
couple
I take your
times.
point that might not come together easily. It might not happen anytime soon. But are you worried that it's become so
No, fuck him. Insult Donald Trump. He is a loser.
nasty that it's going to be hard to broker
The
anything?
weak baby Cheeto man.
Yeah, I don't think the theater is helpful. And to be clear, I was really pleased to see Wab Kinew identify the strategic moment that we're in. The notion that the American president is weak right now is indisputably true. He started a forever war in Iran, dragged into it by the state of Israel, which he's having real trouble with on this domestic front. He's 10 weeks away from midterms, where there is a surge in the Democratic Party, and as we've seen, an extraordinary energy behind Democratic Socialist candidates in the United States who are laser focused on the cost of living for working class Americans, as we are in Canada among the working class really struggling today. That's where the focus should be. And when Wab Kinew reminds us that the president is not in a strong negotiating position, I think that is a helpful way of telling the story for Canadians and reminding the Canadian government, again, we have stuff that they need. We have to be prepared to use the leverage that we have. But the theatrics, JP, I mean, it's understandable. People are upset, people are scared, and people are
It's a little bit necessary,
But we got to
in my
keep our
opinion,
eyes on the prize. We are a wealthy country, and we have had a year and a half, almost a year and a half under this government to chart an independent economic path. We have been disappointed to see that the Carney government has doubled down on fossil fuels. We're buying a new pipeline now for an industry that's on track to make $100 billion in wartime profits this year. They're doubling down on AI with very little guardrails and almost no regulation that we can detect. And these huge investments in weapons and war and military spending. We're talking about the cost of living. We're talking about a public option for groceries. We're talking about a national rent cap. We're talking about an independent Canadian economy based on a renewable revolution. JP, we have the conditions right now.
This is what a fucking competent opposition looks like. This is what a competent opposition looks like. These are all valid points that can be discussed and should be being discussed in Parliament, and instead we're dealing with fucking Slogan McGee and fucking dipshit McFly fucking being annoying. Put this man in opposition. Good God, this is why Carney is center-left, and this is left. This is what left looks like in a country that has a left representation. This is left!
Now, we're at a fork in the road moment for Canada, a look in the mirror moment, where we could embark on a project today of embracing renewable energy, which is the only real...
I want to be clear, I'm not saying I agree necessarily with everything he's saying. I'm just agreeing with the fact that he's saying it in a way that is fucking competent.
Energy sovereignty we have, and a sovereign supply chain where we trade renewable energy, electricity across provincial borders in Canada, where we have incredible resources that are languishing, and an immense amount of capital that is on the sidelines waiting for a government to lead us into a greener future, where we had just this year, India and China have now put in place so much solar energy capacity that it covered all new demand in the two most populous countries in the world. Renewable energy has supplanted fossil fuels for new demand. We're at a turning point in history, and we're being left behind because we're being dragged back to the U.S. priorities of fossil fuels, AI, weapons, and war. An independent Canada can be built today, but it needs a new vision, and we are offering it right now.
Good points. I cannot wait to see this guy campaigning coming up. I think there's gonna be some really interesting conversations that can be had about this. I think this is great. I really enjoyed listening to this. A lot of this stuff is deeper and bigger discussions than I can get into right now, and he's not even really getting into it right now. This is a little bit speechy, and that's fine. Yeah, this is a far better showing than what I saw of him last time. Last time I was really unimpressed. This nailed it. Just fucking nailing it. His tone is not aggressive. His tone is very like neutral, very calm, very chill about it, but some of his wording and verbiage is fucking smacking motherfuckers in the face, and I am here for that. Good to see you, Guts. Thanks for Gust. Thank you, Gust, for joining us. I hit the follow button on you. We can touch base and keep and get in touch. And yes, they did. So thank you so much for coming by. You're catching me right near the end, though, so I will be wrapping up soon. Are you going live after this? Because if you are, I will send people over your direction.
Take your point on the oil and gas development. I know you're sort of diametrically opposed to fossil fuels, but it's a hot sector right now, right? I mean, it's pulling in significant non-U.S. foreign direct investment into this country. It is essentially propping up the economy.
You're going to be streaming on Friday. All right, yeah. Hey, guys, go check out Gust on Friday over on Twitch. I'm curious to check them out as well, so I will also probably see if I can swing in there at some point on Friday. I'm in Eastern time zone. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but if you want to let people know, go right ahead and feel free to click their link. Yeah, the fossil fuel stuff is a valid thing. Oh, you're an EST as well. Okay, perfect. Okay, when it comes to fossil fuels, it's one of those situations where you do not cut down your apple tree before you've grown a new tree. If you have a resource, you can't cut off the usage of that resource until you've successfully replaced it with something else. And we have not done that in Canada yet. Should we have done it by now? Yes, probably, but we haven't. And so because we haven't, both from an economic selling standpoint and because we need to supplement our external foreign income and investment, building the pipeline might unfortunately be an economic necessity. We might need to do that in the meantime, but it needs to be an in the meantime and a temporary thing that we're doing while we do these other things. Because it's great that we can say, hey, all of the major G7 countries are moving, and others are moving away from fossil fuels and moving into green energy, and that's something that we in Canada can do a lot of and do a lot of well. We know what we're doing. We have the engineering, we have the capabilities, we have the resources, we can do it, we can be on point with it, and we should do it quickly. Doing the pipeline might still be feasible because we're still going to have to use oil, we're still going to have to use oil and gas and fossil fuels for specific things. We shouldn't need them at the rate that a pipeline necessitates, but we're selling to other countries that are not necessarily in the same place economically or in the same place technically, like in technology. So they need these things while we help encourage them also into new green energy. So it's a little bit more of a multifaceted problem. So there you go. There's a lot to discuss about it. So let's finish this off.
Economy at a time when we need it most. Are we not shooting ourselves in the foot if we sort of do away with this sort of investment? I mean, it's a huge sector that is creating jobs when so many other parts of the economy are really hurting.
As long as it's not the end game, I think it's probably the best option that we might have to do in the meantime. However, I'm not a fan of the pipelines. If we could get around them, I'd be for getting around them. But as you can see, look at Japan. Japan is struggling right now because of things like the war in Iran, the unnecessary, unending bullshit war that the United States is doing. So Japan needs help. And Japan is not ready and not able and not in a space where it can just flip a switch and change to green energy. So if we have a pipeline that we can utilize and leverage against the United States for a positive relationship and interaction and fair trade with Japan, while Japan sets up to move away. That's still tons and tons and tons of money that can be made in the meantime while everybody is making this changeover. But we do still need to treat climate change as the crisis that it is. So as long as the pipeline is not the end goal and is simply an end, a means to an end, I think that is a space where it can exist. But that doesn't mean I'm opposed to people coming out and being like, no, we shouldn't be fucking doing this, because sometimes you need those voices to temper the progression in a way to make those things clear.
I disagree with many things in the premise of your question, JP, with great respect. We're talking about 40, 50, 60 billion dollars.
And we can take that money and
of public money, at least 90% public money, for a new 1 million barrel a day pipeline. Where is the foreign investment? Where is the capital pouring in for that? It's our capital.
It's when it comes in. That's what an investment is. It's who's buying the oil. That's a little bit silly, but a little on the nose.
That is being poured into that. It's an industry that is making on track to make up to $100 billion in profits this year. There's no wealth tax. There's no excess profit tax. They're not paying their share. We're not using this resource as leverage with the Americans. Nobody's saying turn off the taps, shut down the industry. We've never said that. Yeah. We're talking about the rest of the world looking at the price spikes in oil, the Strait of Hormuz, the United States and Israel out of control, starting perpetual wars in the Middle East. And we are saying there is another source of energy that is being embraced around the world. The world is on track, according to the International Energy Agency, to spend $2.2 trillion on renewable energy installation this year. Twice what it is in fossil fuels, and we in Canada continue to expand fossil fuel production. We need a future that we can breathe in, and we need a future we can flourish in that is independent and sovereign. That is not the path of fossil fuels, and we will be a voice for a cleaner future for Canadians.
Good. Yeah, I think that's good. I think we should have lots of green and energy investment in nuclear as well as solar and stuff. But we have those things. We're doing both. The trick is like, I do think the answer might have to be, as much as I might not like the pipeline, the answer might have to be that we need to do both in the meantime, because we need to grow that other tree. And if we can take advantage of this tree in the meantime, that might be the best way to go, especially because we can't fight the economic war with the United States and deal with this economic terrorism if we're not able to find other markets and make money elsewhere. And one of the problems is that because of the prior deal before CUSMA, the NAFTA deal, all of our pipelines went south. And there was basically a non-compete clause. So we couldn't really sell our oil to anywhere but the United States. And now that's no longer the case, and hasn't been the case since CUSMA was signed by Justin Trudeau. And so it has enabled us to build pipelines that allow us to ship outside the United States, which allows us to maintain our revenue and sometimes even make more money because we sell fucking oil to the United States like it's fucking candy. We can make more money than what we're making selling it to the United States. The trick is going to be tempering the amount of oil that we're selling, but part of that is related and tied into things like the Paris Accords and the G7 agreements, where those countries are buying oil from us, but they're utilizing that oil and those fossil fuels at a rate that is feasible to help combat climate change. Well, they are also doing that changeover thing, so that way we don't have to suffer from the ridiculous shit that is going on, that the United States is doing in the Strait of Hormuz. So I think he's got a point. I think his point is valid. I think there are other factors here that still lean towards the pipeline is probably necessary in the meantime. That's just my take on it. But this is what I like. This is good fucking opposition. Has a good point, has reasoning behind it, has a direction that he wants to go in, has a plan, has valid reasons for being concerned. Make this man the opposition, please.
Over there, Avi Lewis is the leader of the federal NDP. Nice to see you, sir. Thanks for coming on.
This is exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the Liberals get a majority in this last government, and I want the NDP to be able to bounce back and become the opposition the next election. And then maybe the Liberals no longer have a majority. That's what I want to see. And I want to see fucking Poilievre take his extremist regressive authoritarian bullies and take them back to the fucking side, and they can go be split the fucking Conservative Party back into two, break that coalition back up. Let Pierre Poilievre still fucking exist as a candidate and let him feel good about himself about that or whatever the fuck, and he can run his little extremist right party, and then we can have fucking a regular Conservative Party, and then we can have the fucking NDP as the opposition to the Liberals having either a slight majority or a minority government. That would be, I think, ideal for the next major election. Fingers crossed for me. That's what I want. That's what I wanted this past election, but we weren't going to get that. And we got what we needed, in my opinion. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to call it there. I've been live for a while. 5 hours plus. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. Thanks for following. I hope you guys had a good time. Thank you so much for the follow. Enjoy your assigned brick. I hope everybody has a good day. If you want to find some of the stuff that I've talked about before, you can find me on YouTube under the same name. I'm going to get on out of here. Thank you so much. Have a good day, everybody. My throat is starting to hurt. On Debate Hub tomorrow, I will be live with Chris Shelton talking about Scientology at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you are interested in more of this content, I will be back tomorrow for a couple of hours, but it won't be nearly as long because I'm going to be on with Chris on Debate Hub. So if you like the educational portion of this kind of content, go ahead, check out Debate Hub Official on YouTube. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good day, everybody. And I will see you soon. Bye-bye.